That's always going to end well.
Proficient with improvised weapons.
Yeah.
Default damage, unarmed strikes, and when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or an improvised special weapon on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to grapple the target.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it's also just like appropriate fan
It's actually pretty broken when you start thinking about grapple wounds.
Yeah. And
So
just
that's
long.
right.
The fact that you can move half speed while grappling someone is like you can drag them into bits and shit pretty easy.
Yes, no. It's not as easy as it sounds. Because don't forget, they get to try and break out everything as well.
Yeah, but high strength character. You can
It also means while they grapple, attacks get advantage.
I just said that lose your butters.
What?
Your butters from South Park?
rather than taking damage or what, have a look at grapple.
No, I don't want grapple. I wouldn't be getting it for the grapple, I'd be getting it for the improvised weapon and being able to smack it in the face and do more damage. Because that is who she is. I'm thinking character-based, not mechanic-based. Mechanically, it makes sense that she'd go with great weapon.
Grapple is pretty cool because you make an unarmed attack while grappling people as bonus.
Yes.
And you can also
Combo.
you can also pin someone. You can also pin someone, which is pretty great.
You played the sport for it?
Yeah, no, I looked at that as well.
I thought this would be fun.
I didn't have that.
And everyone's bang. Actually, I even thought of a way to justify it.
I think it'd be funny that ever casting spells. Oh, that'd be hilarious.
And with an arrow bang. But it's very hard. But the reason the way I thought of it is, get drunk and do a super fire like up it. And then give me drunk.
No, it's playing upwards all of a sudden because, when we're doing the one-shots, everything was fine and we're not using the camera this time around, we pulled out. We're still having audio issues.
Might be overheating. It's a bit hot today.
No, we've had hotter days than that. Also, my microphone is like a mile away from my face.
It's not that, it's dropping out and
Freezing.
Check it on the soundboard that nothing got unplugged. When I moved it, make sure nothing's like out of place. It might, if something was half unplugged or filled with, it could have been.
that's the same thing as last week. We're having that.
Yeah, I thought of taking Sentinel or Scott Nicholas. I thought was in the team. You'd probably benefit from this. Actually,
I just screenshot it.
no, I think I might go with Sentinel because it makes the most sense for Amber. Yeah, I thought that was pretty good. But look at Sentinel, it makes sense for Amber, I think. which is good, but no one there is what is it? That's actually really handy, especially if it's a character that we can
Yeah, by speed, the settle of the child, settle of the which means I can't be dismissed. There's also something else.
So with that getting observant with people's because it suddenly makes my wisdom and my perception and my investigation. Actually, I haven't been.
How's that, Romney?
How's that?
Oh, hello. I'm sorry, I have been here
Alright.
but not paying attention.
The I know what the problem was.
What?
The microphones for all of the webcams were still on.
Oh, that old chestnut.
That old chestnut.
I literally disabled them all.
And I just had to do it again.
Oh, because we did a whole bunch of Windows updates.
Yes.
But I hate Windows. So bad. Okay, well that makes sense.
Alright, yeah.
Of course.
When in doubt, you do this often enough, you start to learn what the problems are.
That's right, there's no more Windows updates anymore. It's done
Some of them didn't install.
no.
No, as in like some of them failed because I think some of the
I remember
earlier ones
once
had to be installed.
when we actually got the mixer, the new mixer with the 12 channels, we forgot to actually plug it in properly, and we were working off just one microphone from one of the webcams. It was horrible audio.
That was really bad.
Thanks for that, Romney. Thanks for helping us out with that. Might have even been part of the problem last week too, trying to also process all the audios at once. That's why we had the problems.
Yeah, possibly. Mike also was giving us some advice on it too, but it's okay. You guys fixed it, and I wasn't paying attention.
You have passed a milestone for helping us out with audio, so you can gain level.
Oh, now Romney's level 9 while we're level 8. That's not fair.
He's level 43, according to Romney.
I'm
Which one
very
is a level?
tempted to get observant. I'm.
Romney God.
Because like, look at that. It's pretty cool.
It's increase your intelligence or wisdom by 1.
Yeah. So
Which
that
would
would
make
give me
it
an
0.
increase. No, it wouldn't. My wisdom is 6.
Ah, yeah, then okay.
No, I'd increase my intelligence.
You'd increase your intelligence, you have plus
Which I'd get a modifier
5
plus
bonus to your passive wisdom and passive intelligence scores.
Oh, also, if you see a creature's mouth while it is speaking in a language you understand, you can interpret what it's saying by reading its lips.
Handy.
But I feel like Amber, with that ability, wouldn't be helpful.
The thing is what's your
It'd be hilarious.
How did this happen? Did you stumble over an observant scroll in the middle of the street and suddenly you were observant? Was it a blessing from a priest?
She decided that after the ordeal she's been with, she should probably pay more attention to the world around her because we nearly heckin' died. Again.
And you couldn't tell whether Aurora was dead or alive?
Yeah, pretty
Got a
much.
funny feeling the best way to fix the audio lip sync is to actually shut the stream down and restart it again, which takes a good 10-15 minutes.
That's right.
What do you mean? Just close.
I would actually close the whole thing down and then start it back up again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you turn Streamlabs off and on again, it'd be fine.
that's what I mean. Even Streamlabs still.
It would be okay. It'd take like a couple of minutes. Restarting the computer would be a pain. I'm gonna get Sentinel.
The YouTube side he's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me because we're going through Restreamer.io, which I forgot to update. So now some of the things are looking at the old title again because I forgot all about it.
Oh god! Oh no, it's just you.
So,
I was going to say, I go by
I'm not
Ash.
on camera because no one really wants to see this. But I had some fun yesterday.
Paintballing.
Sim's birthday?
Yeah. Oh, it hurt.
Sim looks like that, but
Because for the last round, we were like, oh, let's do a free-for-all.
Oh, yeah.
Rodney's going. So Rodney's not saying that we've got bad lip syncing on this video. He's just saying that if you take that feat, you'd be like bad lip syncing.
Oh, yeah, no, that's exactly what I was going to say, is that Amber would be like... And then she would just interpret it entirely differently, so...
I'm on this one.
Yes.
Christian as Volker, yep.
very dark.
Yes, but Amber will not express it perfectly.
So, yeah.
So she will understand it, but her... No, she will know what they're saying, but her understanding of it will be different.
It's interesting when you think about things like...
It's like Chinese whisper.
In interpretation to that. So, like, thieves can't go through word interpretation, like reading lips. You'd be able to read it, but you'd just get gibberish.
Yes.
Because thieves can't will give you a literal gibberish.
Yes, and it is a language I can understand as well. So if someone was talking, like if Imperius was speaking in Celestial, I couldn't understand it.
Yeah, that's the other thing is comprehend languages.
True, but I'm not a mage. Whatever that was.
There's a table.
If you do,
right.
If you do comprehend...
I'm in the boat of just let it stay where it is so it won't fall again. Because it's fallen over so many times.
Dude, just pick it up and put it on the couch.
Yeah, but if you do comprehend languages on Thieves' Camp, you just get gibberish.
Chris?
Because you can understand the literal nature of what's being said.
Or Christian.
It's fine then.
Can you please pick up the table and put it behind the ladder? Yeah. Because then it has an actual place to just sit for now.
So yeah, with the paintball, for the last round, we're like, oh, we'll just do free-for-all. And the guy that was running it for us, he's like, I do free-for-all a little bit different to everyone else here. And I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah,
Sharpshooter.
you don't die
Yeah.
until you can't stand the pain anymore.
Yeah.
And everyone's like,
Durable? So you?
yeah, let's do it. And I'm like, oh god.
Well,
What have I signed up for?
That's what
For Nathan's Bucks, we did Virus, which is basically like getting Tiggy, except the starting virus person can't die. And every person who gets infected can't die after they respawn. So, Two Fingers, walking forward, I shoot him in the... shot him in the chest and then the head. And he's going, oh, puts his hand up and he goes, wait a second, I'm invulnerable. Starts walking forward. I'm like, you may be invulnerable. However, headshot, 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 headshot. Now you can't see. Congratulations.
That was one of the rounds. Sim was literally like poking his head over a couple of barrels. All I could see was his helmet and his goggles. And I'm just like, literally just a bang, bang, bang across his visor so he couldn't see crap, so someone could come up the side and shoot him.
I came up behind Barfoot and who else was up there? I think it was Two Fingers as well. Both up in a tower. I snuck up behind him. shot Two Fingers right up, man. And he's just going down. All he hears, ah! And then Barfoot's like, "What, are you okay?" Puts his head out and it's just boom, boom, boom. It's like, ah, shit, fuck. I had them pinned down in there until my bloody gun jammed.
Yeah, my gun jammed at one point, and I was like trying to shoot. I'm like, no, the bolt's not moving.
Well,
I like take off my hopper, and I'm like, that's why there's a paintball in the fucking barrel.
I had freaking Source shoot me point blank in the back of the head. Oh, like literally, as in his gun was there.
Ouch.
Because what had happened was one of the guys came around the corner holding a mannequin in front of him as a body shield.
What? Another cups.
And we were shooting at him, and then someone's jumped up to the side, and Source is just going, oh! Turns and shoots. And of course, I'm sitting there covering him, so he's literally in the back of the head, point blank, shot me in the back of the head because he didn't realise how high his barrel was. Ow is all I can say.
Yeah. I was one of the lucky ones, because I wore my normal Swordcraft protector, and they gave you cups there, but they were these flimsy little things. Tim's fell out in round 1. In the last round, he received multiple groin shots. He was not in a good way.
You just gotta wear heavy jeans and it's fine.
Yeah.
these paintballs were like,
see,
so many of them didn't actually explode on me, which is half the problem.
That's interesting because normally in warm weather they should. Certainly in cold weather they normally don't.
Yeah, no, it was 31 degrees.
Yeah. My brother got a really bad one the first time we went paintballing. It was cold weather, and it hit literally on his trigger finger. Didn't break, and
see, this finger here is really sore. I was wearing armored gloves. It did not stop.
Yeah. And then I had another guy jump behind a log. He's sliding down behind a log, and I fired off the shot, and it's hit right there. And I've just seen, just before his head's disappeared behind the log, the inside of his mask just light up blue. Yeah. And I'm like, oh shit, you're alright? I just see a thumb come up from behind, and then the marshal come running over and pull him off the field because he could not see.
There's a lot of feats.
Hey Dave, how you doing, man?
Oh wait. Hey Dave.
Oh, turn-based Dave. Hi, Dave.
Oh, hurrah.
Oh, hurrah.
We've been jumping into his streams. He's been streaming Pokemon lately.
How you feeling, Dave?
You poor fuck, Dave.
Dude, how are you feeling?
He's got a chest
I've
infection.
actually got half a mind to go magic initiate.
Do
That
it.
would just be fun.
Do it.
Maybe you can have
I
the
love
aberrant.
magic initiative.
Yeah,
Chris, maybe
Blade. I wouldn't take familiar because that's just ganky.
maybe you can have the aberrant dragon mark.
Aberrant dragon mark.
Yeah, check it out.
In 10.02, 1.02.
What's it do?
Yeah.
All right, it's a big list. You have manifested an aberrant dragon mark. Determine its appearance and the flaw associated with it. You gain the following benefits. Increase your constitution score by 1. You learn a cantrip of your choice from the sorcerer spell list. In addition, choose a first level spell from the sorcerer spell list. You learn that spell and can cast it through your mark. Once you cast it, you must finish a short or long rest before you can cast it again. Constitution is your spellcasting ability for these spells. When you cast the first level spell through your mark, you can expend one of your hit dice and roll it. If you roll an even number, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to the number rolled. If you roll an odd number, one random creature within 30 feet of you takes force damage equal to the number rolled.
Now, I didn't consider that you guys might actually take those particular feats because there's part of me.
No?
No.
Flaw.
Well, the other thing is greater aberrant powers. DM option a character who has an aberrant dragon.
Yeah, I know
mark
that.
has a good chance.
I'm in the,
No.
in
You
the
can
boat
skip
of
that
the
part.
I'm in the boat of the dragon marks being again a Eberron thing.
Yeah.
And
Well, everyone or not, we've got shit from Emberon already in with Warforged and stuff like that. So that's kind of arbitrary of what you're going to include or exclude. My problem with the
I
aberrant
should take
dragon mark is the fact
magic
that
initiative
wires
and then
growth,
take
basically,
druid
which
spells.
is bullshit. That's like
Because I'd fail miserably at them.
It's a wisdom.
Yeah, I'm probably going to say no to the dragon marks because again for me,
It's different for a one shot or something like that.
for one shot probably wouldn't be too bad. In fact, I wouldn't even mind doing a Eberron.
That was
one
what
shot
I
or
was
something
thinking.
like that just for the.
Well, we did use
might actually- I'm
the
tossing up between Sentinel and Mage Slayer.
Markborn humans for the mage
We
college.
did too. We did, didn't we?
What do
Yeah.
you reckon, Mage Slayer or Sentinel for the...
Hey
for the
Gonk, how you
barbarian?
doing?
I'm gone.
He's Gonk.
Hi Gonk, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I keep forgetting what your username is.
Hey, Drow High Magic is pretty cool, and that doesn't require. You learn Detect Magic, can cast at will.
You need to be-
levitate,
you need to be
dispel
a-
magic. No, you don't. It's anyone.
Pretty sure that's one of the racial feats.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's a racial feat to drow.
Are you secretly
Doesn't
drowned?
seem to be. It's listed as Drow High Magic.
Not for me.
It's Drow Magic is racial. Drow High Magic is not.
Yeah, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Look at the prerequisite right up above.
Racial feat.
Yes.
Yes, I am a high elf, so I shall use drow magic. Because that's not, insulting my ancestors.
Yes, you won't be
I
punished for
love
that
my
at all.
drow character. I never thought I would, but I fucking do.
Who couldn't?
Oh, have you met my drow character?
No, but drow
Hey,
characters
that's
all
cool.
My Monday night group have literally bought a slave. Like, not even joking, they bought a slave.
good. Okay.
She's like, well, I'm a drow, so, it makes sense. I'm like, okay, sure, fair, whatever.
I feel like she might accidentally
My
be
favourite
following.
thing was her justification to the rest of the party was, I'm going to set him free after he helps us. I'm like,
Yeah, it was literally, I paid for him. I'm gonna make him do stuff for me.
And then
Has Amber been getting gigolos again?
Hey, this wasn't me.
I paid for him. I'm going to make him do stuff for me.
no, that's him.
My
Except that what Amber would make him do is nothing sexual.
I don't know if I've told this particular story on the stream, but my Thursday night group, my Thursday night group decided that they go on a picnic with a farmer to try and learn about some silver in the hills. So I just randomly thought, well, if he wants to go for they said a picnic as their persuasive thing, he'll bring his kids. And then it became a Stockholm syndrome where they basically kidnapped the kids. The barbarian carried both of the kids and basically threatened the farmer with everything they possibly think of to show him where the silver was by just basically holding onto the kids. And then they spent the whole session basically making the young boy the bad kid and the girl the good kid. I'm like, holy shit, that's some deep psychological trauma right there.
Hey, query, Savage Attacker. Once per turn when you roll damage from a melee weapon attack, you can re-roll the weapon's damage dice and use either total.
Yeah.
Does that include sneak dice?
Weapons damage dice.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
it would specifically state
Chris.
all damage dice.
Chris.
Or the attack's damage.
Chris, sit down.
Resume thine seat.
Resume thy seat.
Carcass thy carcass.
Yeah, please plug it into the back of the computer.
If you can find a spot.
There it is.
There he is, because we unplugged the one, so.
That's the way.
Computer.
I like it.
I have a power bank.
Now, a couple of things. We do have a Rowan at some point in time, probably at the halfway bar. He has had an unfortunate circumstance.
Can't even see that on the
You
screen.
can't even see. He's had an unfortunate circumstance where he has had a job hours change. So yeah, getting here is not going to be easy for him anymore. You can actually see it.
Yeah, just.
He has been replaced by a stand.
We lost the skeleton.
Look, most D&D groups need help.
Jewel's a green, right?
Rhetorical roll,
Right, well, you guys got your character sheets and all that type of jazz.
I am missing my notebook. I have to go retrieve that.
So why is this not charging?
These.
No, it's not.
We leveled up from last time, didn't we?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
so the
everyone's been going over what feats they want and
Yeah, everyone's already
standard
still going
improvements or
over the
whatever.
fees because, you know,
don't get no feet.
Why not?
just
Multi-class.
he's multi-classed, yeah.
I took level 3 in Rogue. What I do get is better.
Yes. Which one did you take?
Arcane Trickster.
Oh,
That's
God.
right, yes.
Jesus Christ.
So, Amir now has a pet raven.
Gee, what a surprise. Are you sure the raven does not have a pet Amir?
No, I'm going to go with my saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just going to interpret it my way.
Amir thinks he has a
I
pet
should
Amir.
get
You might need
mobile
to
so that
lower
Amber
the
can
door a bit
actually
so
be
you're
as
not
fast
just
as
a
the
black
barbarian's
shadow
supposed to
talking.
be.
You might need to lower the door so you're not just
No.
a black shadow talking.
Or
You're both
actually,
black
that's probably
shadows.
too much hassle to try and overexpose.
I was going to say, he's fine. It's fine for him to be hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, but not him. The guy with
He's a shadow priest,
mace that literally glows.
Isn't he a shadow
wrong with
priest?
my
We
mate?
should do that. Like, leave him in the dark and give him an actual, like, a light-up thing.
Just a big torch.
That'd be hilarious.
He's a shadow priest.
I'm actually. Can I hold off on the level up until I've decided?
Leveling up, probably for the purpose of tonight, is not hugely important.
I was going to say, he's running too fast to level up at the moment.
So yeah, if you want to hold off, that's not a problem.
Are you deciding if you're going to multi-class, or are you deciding what feat to take?
Feats. Or if I'm going to take it.
Or take a stat bump? Get your dex to 20.
See, I'm stuck between 3 different feats. I'm stuck between Tavern Brawler, Sentinel, or Mage Slayer.
With 2 points in wisdom, yeah?
Now Imperius just thinks you're trying to kill him.
What?
Mage Slayer.
No.
No, it's against like spells against her and stuff.
Yeah,
It
we're
also
getting better,
just seems like
actually.
you're having a real heavy knee-jerk reaction against that whole person's
I'm
spell.
considering.
No, okay. What I'm doing.
That factored in, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
considering skill.
but also
and just taking like.
so I'm trying to think of the
everything.
recent experiences that Amber's been through, and
If I go
especially
skilled.
losing Rowan.
I can pretty much
Can I
take
suggest one?
everything. Yeah.
Magic Initiate?
It wouldn't make sense because she's not inherently magic.
No.
character.
What I mean is, like, with your pathway to the god, maybe the next clue is whatever unnamed god has granted you powers. So you get a couple of cantrips and one first level spell you can cast once per day.
True.
Just not while raging.
It's just that little bit of divine gifting from whatever god it ends up being.
That's true.
Like as an option.
So I
Make it harder for you.
Yeah.
just keep in
I
mind.
did consider it.
Just keep in mind you
to
can't
narrow
cast spells
down
while
your
raging.
3 options, there's now 4.
I was trying not to make it an option. It was an option.
No, I'm considering magic initiate.
I just
sorcerer.
decided that
Yeah.
getting wisdom to 20 was probably the best
Yeah.
choice.
Yep.
So now, guess what I have an extra one of? The
Saving
fuck with the
throw.
DM spell.
See,
Do remember that going up in your wisdom also gives you more spells you can actually memorize.
That you can prepare.
Prepare, sorry, yeah.
Oh, does it?
yes.
It's wisdom mod plus half your level.
No, level, full level.
Full level? For
It's
them?
half
Okay.
level for paladins rangers.
Ah, yeah.
So if I go to
So I get like, I think, what,
no spells,
level 5 is the maximum, I think?
Yeah.
Ooh.
No, it's
I
not the
can
level, the amount of
more.
you can prepare.
I can prepare an extra 2 spells now.
Yes.
No, but I mean,
nice.
paladins and
One from
rangers only
level
go
one
up to a
from
certain
wisdom.
level anyway.
They do, that's right. Yeah.
I will get.
I should have a look at what spells I...
I can have 7 prepared, not including the ones from last.
I got a new spell that you will like. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, though.
Oh. Also, I have invisible mage hand.
Yeah, as an arcane trickster, you do.
Oh no, we're being watched.
So every other time...
Rory,
Oh.
with the door open, you look very dark.
Yes, we do. But it doesn't really need to be open anymore because
No. We've
no one
got
else
rid
is
of
coming until.
I mean, I did say you should close the door, like.
Saw that happening a mile off.
Also, thank you, Dave. We've been putting a lot of effort into trying to get stuff working.
Let's get at least a bit of breeze going through.
Yeah, it's
That
just
No, that
small little
definitely brings it
touches.
alive, Yeah.
Small little touches as we go through the weeks.
Yeah, I've just turned the lights on for the dice behind me.
Aw. Yeah, they sort of show up.
They do sort of show up, yeah.
Pretty cool.
We could turn the lights out everywhere else and to show off those other lights, it'd look creepy as hell. Because we'd all just be lit by our smart devices.
Well,
Yeah.
if you turn off...
Oh, that could just be an evil game, just
No.
literally lighting from below. Yes, I will destroy him. No, I will destroy him
That's where we
first.
get all like little torches just go, the monster has appeared underneath the face. Webcam microphones each week at the moment, yep.
Slow and steady.
Alright, let us get us started. Everyone's still probably looking at their characters and still deciding what they want to do, but as I said, it's probably not hugely important at this present moment.
No,
in time.
I leveled up the night that we leveled up.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I was prepared.
Screw you, but I have big decisions to make.
And I had the hardest choice. I had to choose between a level 3 or a level 4 spell. There's a lot of choices there.
There are
A lot of really
choices
good
there.
So
choices.
did you get another slot of fireball, or
No. I mean, yes, technically I've got more spell slots, so yes, I can cast Fireball more. But no. Take
Amber,
the second option.
Take the second option. Romney says, Amber, take the second option.
What's the second option?
I have no idea.
Which option is the second option?
You'll have to go back in the stream to find out.
I don't remember what I said
6 spells.
5 minutes ago. List them. I didn't list them in an order.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
You know what's funny is I saw myself.
Guess what's being transposed over to the Discord channel?
Oh, yes.
I saw myself in the TV as I did that. I'm like, someone's gonna clip that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my new caller ID. You can't see it, but it will be clipped over to Discord.
Where is that? Is that just?
It's in the
messenger?
Why does that come up? Like,
As a weird thing, I have no level 2 spell slots. I only have level 1 and level 3.
Rory, you're the best.
What? How the hell does that work?
I have level 1 spell slots as an arcane trickster and level 3 spell slots as a warlock.
Yeah.
But no level 2.
the weird thing is, I've just noticed a feature in this that I had not seen before. I'm not sure if it's because I
No,
leveled
you
up or
just picked
something
it up.
else.
Yeah, it's level 8.
Level up
Okay.
ability? The one where you can do extra damage with your...
No, potent spellcasting.
Oh, that one, yes.
You add a +5 to damage of any cleric cantrip I cast.
No, you add your wisdom.
Wisdom.
Which for you is +5, yeah.
Did someone show that?
you're 20 wisdom?
Did someone want to
Yeah,
copy that picture
As
to
of
the
this level
Discord?
up, yeah, 20 wisdom now. But I do also have, the ability that if I hit someone with a melee weapon, I get the extra D.
Because, yeah, some of the cleric
No,
domains
if
get...
you've got the wisdom modifier to your damage, then you don't get the D8. No. Yeah, it's usually the war cleric and the other
At level
death
8,
cleric.
the different domains will either get bonus to melee damage or the
it makes my
cantrip.
cantrips
Also-
more effective anyway.
Oh, yeah.
With
We
a
are
higher,
10 minutes late for starting our story.
I know. It's up to you guys, right?
with
No,
a higher DC save.
it's not up to us. You've got to
16 now.
track time for us, not the other way around.
A bit of both.
It is a bit of.
I'm also
A
considering
bit of both.
ritual
I didn't
cost.
realise the time.
Alright.
Ash, why do you have
How
pencil
about we
with you?
stop updating characters for the time being, and then let's move forward.
But I move slower than the rest
I
of you.
know. Welcome to Sunday Nights. The party has finally defeated Xanafelt,
Yay!
Magic
the
initiate.
demigod of pestilence and death, or whatever other terminologies that they could probably throw at that creature.
Arsehole.
They have returned back to the Black City itself to gather themselves and figure out what their next steps will be. They have many paths ahead of them, and it's up to them to decide which way they want to go and tell me so I know what to prepare for next week. You guys, while some of you have been over at the religious district previously when you arrived from defeating Xenofeld, I'm just going to say for the purposes of this, you have gone back to your home and stayed the night there for another type thing and collected your thoughts, and you guys are all waking up in the morning in your little house, and of course Antoine is probably preparing breakfast for you all. The smell of
I'm at least preparing breakfast for myself.
Everyone else only gets second breakfast.
Yeah.
I think one of the first things I do when I wake up is just sort of be like,
Open your eyes.
no, I'm gonna hit USB. Wake up, cast sending, and go, Imperius, can you hear me? We are back in the Black City. It is safe.
I'm currently sleeping in a bed made of leaves at the moment, just going.
Good thing is I am awake, so that's good. It's not wasted.
Totally.
What are you, Mario from 64?
That was the next joke.
No, he just dreams about food.
It's ravioli, he says, by the way.
No, for you, surely it should be lasagna if you're going to be Garfield.
No, it was Mario from 64. If you leave the character idle for too long, he falls asleep and starts talking in his sleep.
Spaghetti.
Ravioli. Trying to work out if he would trust it or not.
Roll a persuasion and insight if you're going to do that.
Just roll a d20 if you can't make a decision. You want the dice to sort of dictate whether you do it or not.
Well, if I go to persuasion, I got a dirty 20.
Okay, then I will believe you. I thought you were dead. He told me you were all dead.
You can't reply to it. You realise that.
Without casting another spell, yes, I know.
Twice a day? Every day.
However, you did say that you were back in the city.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd probably cast it again and just say, the gods smiled on us. It was close.
I will. We shall return. Goes to shake him awake, then thinks better of it. Casts Mage Hand to
shake him awake.
Had enough experience with it.
Wake up, Unclaw. Wake up, Fluffy.
I'm alright.
The others survived.
I didn't.
I just got a message from.
Are you sure?
Yes, fairly sure. It sounded like Volkia.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Alright then, let's go.
We
And
should
he
head
just
back.
starts packing up and stuffing shit in his bag.
I was going to say packing up where you put the leaves away.
No, he's taking his cloak back for the tent he made for Imperius, and he's in a very good mood now. It's just like a sudden shift of
Do we have to go back into the city?
Temporarily. We need to collect our stuff and find out what we're doing next. Although I think we will follow down the same path. At least I hope so. Do not worry. I will keep my promise. We shall be leaving that city for good.
He picks up what looks like a half-eaten rat, because he did go hunting last night, and he's just like gnawing on its head. And he's just like,
I'm going to go pack my things.
Actually, that would be better.
and tosses it aside, thinking happily about all the good food that he can get in the city.
Right, so you guys start heading back towards the city.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you probably get back, because you guys did get some distance between you and the
Probably
city.
done an hour, 2 hours.
No. You guys travelled for quite.
Because it was already late by the time they left.
Yeah.
True.
And I would have stopped early because I was exhausted.
So you'll probably arrive back around about midday-ish, give or take.
Okay.
And you guys, just sitting down having breakfast. You cast your 2 sending spells and have a rough idea that they'll be coming back at some point.
Probably they would have been a full day away.
You reckon?
Yeah, because it took us
half a day to get
back, and we spent the rest of the
afternoon. He's actually right. Yeah.
It'll take us a full day to get back.
So you would have had a couple of hours, and then a full day, and then got the sending.
All right.
Yeah, so will take you a little bit of time to get back, but
I'm hungry.
nothing out of the ordinary.
I'd probably mention to everyone at breakfast that Imperius and Ivclaw will be returning later.
Right.
You'd probably notice Amir being led into the house at breakfast. After being on a bender at the just been paying my respects at the temple. I need to sleep.
Did they win?
So
they won?
Staggers.
Yes, I believe they.
After the bedroom.
I don't expect you being escorted in. I expect you being dumped to the front door and.
No, I paid good money. Actually, I should mark some of that off.
Amber's sitting in a corner drinking.
The street sounds of the streets are going by as they always have. You hear people in the streets are always going by your front doors. Every once in a while, someone says, "Fucking damn cart on the fucking street." And yeah, your horses are like tied up around the back sort of thing. There's people going through streets. Some of them are trying to sell wares, more like hawkers more than anything else, going up and down streets and trying to just get people randomly on the streets more than stalls or anything
So
like
you're
that.
trying to say it's just like nothing has happened because no one else has noticed.
Pretty much.
It is quite surreal. We've killed the god and nobody knows.
Yeah, it is basically another day for these people who are going about.
Didn't we also release the god? Yes.
We, I guess.
Yes, it's not one that should have been released, but what had to happen happened.
Who was she?
Her name is Umberly, otherwise known as the Bitch Queen.
Oh great, another monarch.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
At all queens bitches.
Yes, but Bitch Queens.
Let
that
us go
have
to the
god
palace and
powers
find out.
is a
Let us go to the palace and find out. Excuse me,
problem
Mr.
altogether.
King, is your wife a bitch?
Yes, that will get you sent to the dungeons.
Depends on the king. He might be someone's willing to say the truth.
And then get sent to that.
Yeah.
Is anyone like to do a religion roll to get a bracket?
Yeah, if anyone can get a better religion roll than me.
I could.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want you to come back so I can have a chat to you about something.
Actually, I'm actually happy, especially considering you two are at the.
A 20?
Oh, that too. That works.
Oh, a nat 20, not
nat
just
20.
20.
You somehow know all about Umberly.
I know everything.
Study Umberly quite a lot.
Umberly is actually a goddess of the sea. An
Under
evil
the
goddess of the sea, of course.
All of the water. Yeah.
Usually kind of like...
It's like they don't want people swimming.
Her worship is not so much people worshipping her in the full sense, more of cursing her when whether out in the seas usually goes bad, because they usually blame her or something along
So
the lines.
she's like the goddess Eris.
Yes. So quite a lot of it is about just basically just capsizing ships, just whenever she felt like it type thing. All like tsunamis and bad weather out in the sea and stuff like that was always accredited to Umberly.
Look, as a goddess, I'd be pretty annoyed too if people kept pissing in my water.
No. It's just like the person who plays a Sims game for the first time. He's just like messing with random.
Put them in the pool and take away the ladder. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did much worse things than that in The Sims. But anyway.
Right. Well, what do you guys want to do now?
I wish to go to the forest.
You want to go out into the forest?
Yes.
Okay. It'll take you probably most of the day to do that. But yeah, that's not a problem.
I'm only going to be walking one way.
Amber is going to keep drinking.
You're going to get another bodice.
I'm hoping to upgrade.
I'm probably going to go back to the Temple District.
Going to go back to Temple District?
To talk to the one surviving person and a few of the other leaders.
Yep.
Amber's going to probably work on her brews. Particularly the healing one. She's not sure if it works anymore after it didn't work on Rowan.
Do you know where a good place to test that?
What?
In the Temple of Lathander.
She's not that. No, she's not that intelligent.
It's quite funny when my group just on Thursday needed healing, so they went to the shaman. The shaman goes, here, and hands them something, and immediately the very first thing that the player thought of was just to open up the bottle and drown it down. And I go, it's paste.
You can still technically drink really runny peanut butter.
Apparently Rowan is sitting on the roof trancing in the little garden
upstairs.
upstairs.
On the roof in the garden upstairs, yeah.
I thought you meant like right now on the train or something.
What? No. Not Rory, Rowan.
I know. But
Yes.
you know.
But also Amber will probably also head to the district as well. The religious.
To the religious district. All right. So I'll just say you three, as part of your morning, you do a little bit of tinkering within your little shop, alchemy area, stuff like that.
Workstation.
And all three of you decide to sort of wander off together down to the religious district. You as well.
After I wake up a couple of hours later with a hangover, yes.
Alright, so you probably be a bit later than the rest of them.
Yeah.
That's cool, that's not a problem. Alright, so you guys head off to the Temple District. Alright, so you head there, I immediately assume you go to the Temple of Torm and Helm.
Yeah.
And have a talk to the commander.
Basically, I'd walk in and just be like...
Yeah, bitches, what's up?
What?
Sorry.
I just want to thank you for your work and the sacrifice of your men yesterday. If it wasn't for you, none of us would have walked out of there.
I must spend some time putting a eulogy together for those who did sacrifice themselves. But I do thank you for coming to see me and giving your condolences. It is very difficult, everything that's happened. Despite surviving the whole encounter and dealing with the problem, losing 6 of my soldiers is a large dint in the forces that we bring to this city.
I know that. I'm going to probably try and speak to the head priest of my temple and see if he could send some more of our battle clerics down to help support until your numbers have increased again.
That will help us out considerably, yes.
Can I ask something quickly? Did we talk to them about the Breton?
I don't think we have mentioned that to anyone here.
Because I thought we
mentioned it to someone, but I don't think it was the Temple District.
The guy in the Plague District?
Yeah, it was the guy in the Plague District.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And again, I can't talk to those people because I never met them. So I can't cast
But we
anything
could
to them.
send a, snail mail
pigeon
to them to send them reinforcements.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of options to send out, such as snail mail messages, stuff like that, especially if you need to have a bit more details in what you want to send out. That's not a problem at all.
Although I wouldn't use the term snail mail around the druid. He might take that literally.
I summon a snail and stick the letter to the side of it. Alright, yeah. Well, that would be much help. The more soldiers here to help us defend this area. Do you know what you're doing next? Are you sticking around in the Black City?
We will probably stay for a couple of days until the memorial of the fallen, and then we have other objectives.
But we have some friends in back the way we came, and maybe they might be able to help. Volker, did we mention to anyone, or did we talk about? Well, you weren't there, but you were there after. We have friends that might want to take back the city.
Oh, yes, you've told me of those, but I never met any of them.
Oh, I know, but I mean, what are your plans for the city going forward?
It is a slow plan. It's not something that can be done lightly, but with the light that we bring to this city, we hopefully bring hope.
Well,
and gradually build up our numbers through both training and other forces that manage to come into the city itself.
What if we were to try and get hold of soldiers, actual soldiers, that could help?
We have some friends that used to, live here, and they don't anymore, and they'd like to come home, but they're soldiers, like he said, and would like to, fight for their home. They don't like the Muslim very much.
How many soldiers are we talking about here?
Was it like 100 or something?
I'd say 50.
50? Yeah, I knew it wasn't a very big number. Well, something like 50-ish, kind
50.
Well, I mean, their numbers might be different now, but...
It sounds like a good score of soldiers, but who are they and where do they come from?
Here.
Are they here right now?
No, they're at the Dwarven Citadel, quite a few days from here.
Dwarven Citadel. I am not a local of this area. I have travelled here probably 6 months ago, and I've only known really the Black City itself.
Right. Well, if they came here, they would need refuge.
They would need a safe place to stay away from Musalon eyes.
They're not welcome.
Do you mean hidden-wise, or just a place to stay?
They're not welcome by the Muslim.
So you mean to hide them? We couldn't possibly hide 50 soldiers easily in this city.
Well,
no, we were thinking
disguise
of a different place.
Where?
The Plague District.
That might work, but no one can get into the Plague District.
Oh, we haven't filled them in our adventures very recently.
There is a way into the Plague District. It is underground.
This is something probably we should talk to the whole council about, I think, maybe.
Perhaps we should.
Because the Plague District would be a perfect training ground for people, so Musalon do not get a good count on the numbers that you have.
Didn't they say they had means to communicate outside the wall?
We all have means to communicate, as long as we know who we are talking to. I have never met any of these particular gentlemen, neither have any of the clerics in this area. So talking to them directly by sending will not work until we get to meet them.
We'll have to, obviously,
We'll have to bring that one gentleman out to meet with the...
The letter? No, to our friends elsewhere.
Yes, you will have to send that. I do not know them.
I'll get someone else to do it. Maybe I'll get Amir to do it. I'm not very good at words.
Irrelevant of getting the soldiers in, if you have a means to get us into the Plague District, it is a good place to hide such things, but a sizable force of 50 odd soldiers and their support staff will be seen, irrelevant of where we put them. In the Plague District, we have some aspects of being able to hide them for a certain amount of time, but the longer they are there, the more difficult it is. My suggestion would be that we coordinate with them and then prepare an appropriate time to do something, not just bring him here for the sake of bringing him here.
That's probably a better plan. Yeah, I like that plan better. Amir is much better at this than I am.
It might be an idea to send a couple of men down.
Dramatically appropriate for Amir to turn up right now looking dog shit.
Wearing sunglasses.
Yeah.
So someone turn off the sun.
No, with a parasol, you know.
No, just the turban riding really low over the eyes.
The problem that we really have is that while 50 soldiers of did you say Britons?
No, we haven't
actually given the name of Britain away.
50 soldiers are good, but are they like mercenaries? Who are they?
Trained soldiers of the lady.
Bretons?
Well, from what I know, I
Lady,
never met them.
In this particular part of the district, we are somewhat safe from prying eyes and ears.
Oh, well, in that case, I mean, yes, they're Bretons.
50 Breton soldiers, especially if they have knights amongst them, would be a very strong force.
They are, and they're preparing their forces also at the well, it's like a 2-week travel from here, but the Dwarven citadel that was abandoned.
I tell you what, right now.
And they're making things and provisions. And
give it just a moment. He goes to like the back of his like he's probably met you guys just outside of his like office and stuff like that. So he opens up the door to his office and says, "Come in." And you see like there's various shelves of scrolls of some type, and he pulls out one of the scrolls, of course, and it looks like a big map of the area. And he places it down in front of you and says, "All right, where is a rough estimate of where this thing is?"
Amber is going to describe to him exactly in the same fashion she describes the map. You know, remember that map that I made?
Yeah.
With all the descriptions of Amber?
Yep.
She's gonna like do it like that and like, oh, and this place was creepy.
While she's doing that, do I have enough knowledge about the area, because I would have come through that area to get to Montanoil?
Yep.
To know where the citadel is, so I can literally just go.
We would have heard stories that it was off a certain road.
Yeah. Because I would have had to come from
because she'd be trailing it backwards.
up to Montanoil and then up to the Black City.
I'm gonna make you do a wisdom check. Wisdom roll, sorry.
Actually, I'm also going to do a survival check to see if I can accurately remember.
Yeah. Ooh. I only got a 10, which gives me 19.
For a wisdom save or a wisdom?
No, just a wisdom check.
It's 15.
Still 15, which is still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do remember talks about the citadel as you've been going through the area and roughly where it is.
I would have seen it because I would have gone the long way, the non-haunted way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I would have gone the long way, so I would have seen it in the mountains, but I wouldn't have actually gone in.
Exactly.
You might also have heard the stories that it was.
She starts like pointing it out with all of her weird descriptions and stuff like that. Kind of like, now I remember.
Right there.
Ah.
Oh, I thought it was.
That's a month or two of travel to get back and forth, unfortunately.
Yes.
But spells have their bonuses and can get passings. But
yes, but well, they'd really like to take their city back.
Alright, well, let's get back to the nuts and bolts of this thing. Unfortunately, when it comes to having 50 soldiers at the Breton, even if they're all knights, it's still not enough.
Oh, they also have the favour of the lady. No, what was it? You weren't there. Damn it! I don't remember.
At that point, I just go, I need someone that's better at this. Cast sending. Amir, wake up! I need you at the Temple District now!
But I'm still drunk. I can't drink anymore.
I'm going to hit him.
Even if you get that message out and then he responds and leaves immediately, still a couple of hours to travel across essentially the other side of the city to get there.
Especially with him,
Yeah, especially with him probably like stopping every once in a while. Oh, that was a bender.
Okay, well, there are these creatures. No, statues.
Creatures?
I can't. They were like statuey, creaturey things, and they came to life or something, and.
I didn't hear this story from the Dwarven Citadel.
They didn't come to life. They just spoke to me.
They didn't just speak to you.
No, we were all there.
No, I'm pretty sure they did come to life.
And they did come to life.
They only spoke in Celestial though, so...
Yeah. You were the only person that could understand them.
I believe you basically translated for it.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that if someone doesn't speak your language, they don't count as living? You colonial bastard! I know you got a British accent, but still.
Well, anyway, look, the details aren't important, super duper, but they said that when it was time, they would come to help. They were big. And they also
Alright,
didn't speak common.
Well, I don't know what I can do about that. Do you know how many of them there were?
Or maybe they said they would come back once it was done. 6? 5.
So we're talking about even if they are strong creatures, say two to a man, let's say, we're still talking about 60 odd forces.
True, but I mean, well, we could always send more people to come and help later.
This is what
in the
I'm
future.
trying to get at, lass. Is we need more.
I've never overthrown a government before.
It is not an easy task, especially Musalon, who have dug themselves in quite deeply.
Right. So this is where I think Amir would do much better. He's much more strategic at this than I am.
You have to understand the relationships of the powers in this area.
No, I definitely don't.
It's.
Are you saying no, she doesn't understand, or no, she doesn't need to?
Yes! She just smacks.
For us to be able to take back the Black City on behalf of the Bretons would require quite a large force. There are several legions within the city itself, not including those who are on the outskirts of other particular villages and towns within these districts. For us, we would need to look at other potential allies. Anyone who is essentially to the south, whether it be the Imperials or Sekonze, are not helpful because they are allied to the allied to the Musalon.
Oh, wait, who's allied to what?
The Imperials and Sekonze, at least I know that much, are allied to Musalon.
Oh, well that sucks. What would they do that for?
The West has been a very war-driven area of the world.
All areas are driven by war.
Lately it's been the West quite considerably, but I've heard of Carpathia's interesting challenges, as the mob would say.
Yes, their new tenants were very interesting back in the day.
Oh, we've come from there.
Yes. I've only recently received the information, but a good 6 months ago, I think, a particular highwayman decided to, how can I put it lightly, in a roundabout way, backstab their allies and walk into their city and take it over.
But it was overrun with the Order the last time we were there.
No.
Was it the Order? You know, the weird ones that are all like, and like, you know, they're all like, and you know, black and white.
The Order were defenders of the land. I fought with them multiple times.
They were kind of scary and looked like they might murder anyone that didn't look like them.
It's a very good description.
Anyway.
I didn't like them very much.
However, it is important to understand that I thank you for the information that you have and the fact that we know that they exist and that we can communicate with them, which we will, on your behalf if you want to.
Sure.
But we're probably going to need to look at more potential resources.
Okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to be allies. If there are other particular ways we could do this, whatever approaches you could find in your travels might help.
My temple will be a forge. That will help, right?
It will, of course.
Good.
But we can only build so much over a certain amount of time. But it is good. It's good news to hear what you have got so far.
Right. But on that note, what do you need so that we can find it? That's a good cause. I like that cause. Let's help make a rebellion.
It will take time.
A rebellion. Shh, sorry.
It will take time. But it can be done.
It's something that's not going to happen overnight, Amber. This will take months, if not years, of planning.
It won't happen overnight.
But it will happen. The Pantene Rebellion.
But that's okay. As long as we keep working at it, it'll eventually happen, right? It's like a long-term brew, you know? You just have to keep adding to it, and over time it becomes perfect.
And just make sure you don't do it too much and it explodes.
Yeah, if you make it too much, it might knock you out, and then you don't remember the pleasure of the alcohol. I've made that mistake
or you
before.
keep adding to it for long enough that you forget what you started with. And suddenly it's
just
moonshine. It just becomes moonshine.
I will talk with the council about going forward. I will have to probably send some messages out to your citadel, see if we can find it and have a talk with them.
They're very secretive.
If I know the citadel, from what you've described, it's not hard to find the citadel itself.
No, but getting in might be challenging.
Magics to hide themselves.
And they're inherently very untrusting.
I'm sure we will cross that hurdle when we get to it, I think.
Right. Huh?
Watch out for minutes.
One of the other things I wanted to talk to you about today is what do you know about Umberlee?
Umberlee. Yes, I've been looking into her ever since she was freed from that little chamber of ours. I mean, very interesting what's happened there.
She was mildly terrifying.
If I remember correctly, the terms that she mentioned, did I mention that to you specifically?
It was in my head.
That's right.
So no one else. I haven't told anyone else what.
I find it interesting that one god has used another god to siphon their powers. What it looks like to me. So
I wouldn't want to have to repeat myself. So if I could trouble the council for a bit of their time, I can try and explain a little bit of what's going on.
Alright, well, give me a moment. Go to the tavern. Give me half an hour and I will see if I can assemble them.
Thank you very much.
He heads off.
I'd go to the tavern and literally just be like, this is going to be a long talk.
Before we leave, as we're walking out there, we go, oh, and be careful of your caravans. They might turn into big monsters. Just, never mind. You'll be fine.
She's having Nam flashbacks. Just drag her away.
Whenever Amber starts speaking, I'm always reminded of the phrase, never get high on your own supply.
After about half an hour of you guys just heading over to the Temple of Lathander, at half an hour they said another messenger from Torm basically comes in and says in an hour and a half they'll meet together with the council, so roughly about 2 hours, which is about roughly enough time for anyone else who wants to jump into this conversation also can.
Cool. I'll just keep drinking while I'm there then.
I'll turn up.
When we get to the base town,
today.
I'm going to
Why
look
do you
at
taunt me like
incense
this?
and charcoal.
Why not?
Yeah, it should be doing.
Yeah, just 10 gold piece worth.
Yep. What are you buying it for specifically?
Spells.
Which spell?
Find familiar.
Okay, because the incense for Find
requires
Familiar
quality.
Yes, that's
so
the difference.
Is there?
I'll do a. I'm pretty sure there is one person there who will do it. So I'm not actually going to roll. However,
right,
what I need you to do is have a look around.
I don't know how spells work.
Alright, so sorry about that for now.
You need ingredients.
I assume it's Find Familiar, isn't it?
Find familiar, and I pick up Booming Blade and Green Flame Blade as well.
Alright, cool. Not a problem. Alright, as for the purposes of finding someone, you're in the shanty town, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Can you, I'm going to, because it's been a while since you've been here and you've probably forgotten a lot of the things that are going in the area.
I was in the centre city, so I don't know the outer city.
Good point. You know a little bit, but it's been a while.
Yeah, rumour.
So I'm just going to do me a quick, we'll say perception roll as a sort of like, gather, have a look around type thing and have a quick chat with people and stuff like that.
17 plus whatevers?
Yeah, that's heaps. There's a couple of people, there's a butcher there, but you're pretty sure that's not really going to do what you need to do. There is a general store called the Golden Head Silvertail. And after you've heard that name, you remember that it was a person who looked after it. Her name was Gloria Tiefling with 2 different coloured eyes.
Sweet.
Right. The butcher has 2 people there, Sandwell and Kolsch.
I'm going to drag Imperius into the other one. What was it called? The one with the tiefling?
The one with the tiefling, which is the Golden Head Silvertail.
Yeah, cool.
He's, I'm pretty sure it was you. But I know Rory's seen this one.
I think I was with him at the time.
This one.
Alright, so you go in.
So, however long it takes us to get there, if we're not there yet.
So you head into the general store.
Oh, okay, so we're there. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it now. Like, let's just say it's still behind them.
Yeah,
but I'm happy to jump you guys into that spot.
Okay.
It will be separate from them, so.
Yeah. Oh, this one.
What are we stopping for?
I need shit.
Okay.
Not too shit, I need things.
I gathered that. What are you after?
Like, I shit in the woods. I need things here from the general store.
What are you
I
after?
already had a incense.
Incense?
Yeah,
yes, you are smelling a bit.
No,
He sort of just like twitches and flicks his tail, like irritated, but still gonna let it slide.
No. I had the cool idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I get enough incense, I reckon I can make something out of it.
More incense?
I have heard of stranger ideas.
Right. So you help me, and I make the thing. I remember story of my uncle from back in the Imperial City. He used to be able to summon weird demon things. I want to try. Come on!
I just want to clarify, they're not going to attack us, are they?
I don't know.
Drag him in.
Not 100% on board with this.
Hello!
You, as soon as you head in, you basically see a very typical tiefling sort of looking thing. She's got like purplish long hair, so like mostly black in the roots of her hair, but purple throughout the rest. Kind of like a half braid down one side, going to her left hand side behind her back. Kind of like the twirly ram horns. Got a very darkish red sort of skin, which also a little bit blotchy in some areas with a bit of blue in like under the neck and stuff like that. And of course, the most obvious thing you can see is that she's got like one golden eye and one silver eye.
Okay, I immediately run in up to the counter, super excited, and just go,
You're like me.
Buongiorno, how are you, my dear?
You're like me, an outcast.
Okay, we're all outcasts here, my dear.
This is great. You'll be able to help me. We outcasts stick together, don't we?
Require, my friend?
I want to summon something.
What would you like to summon? Would you like some bratwurst?
Yes.
He's just like sticking it down. Like, not even swallowing.
I thought we went to the general store, not a butcher.
Full chain of sausages just going.
It's Costco.
Yeah, it's Costco, yeah.
Yep.
I had an uncle who's a friend of my grandfather's uncle's friend. Long story, Tabaxi families and political circles are bullshit. Point is, I think he was like magic. And he like used funny smelling herbs and a chant. I think I know the chant. It just like came to me when I was sleeping. But like, I think if you give me funny smelling herbs, I might be able to use it.
Do you require good herbs, or do you just want off the rack type herbs? Or incense or whatever it is that you require?
Imperious?
I'm not going to lie, this is sounding more and more like a bad idea.
Which herbs do I want?
If you're going to attempt something, you want the good stuff. You don't want the shitty stuff that could go bad.
The good stuff.
Bellissimo. You seem to have what you want. So he basically just goes out the back, opens up like a case, and has a lot of sticks of incense and stuff like that, as well as like the smaller nodules and stuff like that. And a whole heap of different, and a couple of pouches of just powdered sort of incense.
So a poisonous kit.
She pushes aside the crate of poisonous kits.
It's just a crate of it. And you just hear like the shattering of glass as one of the crates tilts.
It is fine.
I got so much in order of last time.
It's all good, There's just a green mist coming out.
How much? I have something of the vicinity of 30 gold pieces of incense here that will do the trick.
I have something of the vicinity of no money. Imperious, can I?
Yes. Somehow I saw this coming. We will take the lot.
Yeah, well, thank you.
She like just like excellent. Like starts basically says like a good little box and stuff like that. You have the whole.
Thank you. And over the 30 gold.
And I'm just like sticking my hands in them and sniffing it.
Do they get the bratwurst for free?
That's why I said like that was my own fault.
Yeah, I've only eaten like all of it. I was thinking, how much is reasonable in kilograms?
All
Let's
we
just
heard,
say all of it.
All we heard was a as it went down the gullet.
It's gone.
Oh, come on, no one's done it in ages.
I know.
Like an axe handle into a dolphin, so were the days of our lives.
Well, my friend, is there anything else that I can help you with?
Do you require anything else?
Bad man.
More bratwurst. Yeah, let's take that.
This time, my friend, you have to make sure you pay for it.
No, that's okay. Yeah, Antoine will cook. Let's go. But thank you.
Bellissimo.
Belly.
Ciao.
Simo.
Ciao, Bella. Or chow, should be.
Chowder?
No, chow.
Have a wonderful day, my dear.
Oh, that cat
Coughs up a
voice.
bratwurst.
Yeah.
Just a string.
Just the string, yeah.
Oddclaw,
Yeah?
I have something for you. I think you'll get more use out of it than I will.
I don't have anything to give you in return.
I'm not asking for something in return. I've just got something for you. He's going to take off his ring and pass it to him.
What is it?
It is a magical ring. It increases your ability to leap tall buildings.
And his eyes just go like,
Boink.
Done. Thank you.
and he's going to stick it on his tail, actually. Probably about halfway down. Just, yeah.
It looks
your
good.
tail. Oh god, you're turning into Tigger.
Presumably that does not allow you to wear 3 rings.
Now, for the purposes of doing a summon for a
Takes an hour.
takes an hour, yes. And it's just a ritual you sort of just go through and you summon a creature.
Probably not going to do it right now
Yeah.
because doing magic in the streets of Muslon City is probably.
He's
He's smart enough to know that's probably not quite socially acceptable.
Now, as I said, if you guys got anything else we'd like to do in this area,
I think-
remember again, I'm doing this separate to what they're doing.
I
so
think that
what
for
they
the-
were doing would be happening before you guys, but I'm giving you guys a chance to sort of do some stuff.
Oddclaw, I
Yeah.
have one request before we go meet up with the others.
Yeah, do you want it to be fluffy or scales, or I can probably is it an imp is the thing that they make?
Look, I'm not quite sure what you're trying to do, so I'm not too sure. But
right,
preferably fluffy. It's less, hopefully less.
I just like
violent.
take a handful of my cat fur and dump it in the bag with the incense.
All right, done.
I just have one request before we head back. I wish to go into the Mercantile District for a moment. I have something to collect.
What are we collecting?
You will see.
Is it exciting?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's go.
All right, we can actually do that as well because we'll say that you just decide not to go straight back to the house and then go to the merchant district and just to sort of settle that particular thing.
Turn off to the side slightly and head towards the craftsman area.
Yeah, craftsman areas. That's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah, you head off to the craftsman and you you go to the warehouse that you went to before for the purposes of creating your big monstrosity sort of thing.
Yes.
And it's been quite a few weeks, if not almost a month now, I think, since you've been here and you've got this thing under build. And you've come back to the warehouse where they're building this thing, and you can see there is this cart that's been put together. It is black as the black. It is almost the same black as the same wood in the area of Musalon itself.
That's cool.
And obviously they've tried to basically build it out of the scavenged parts from various buildings and stuff like that. So it's a little bit hodgepodge, but from what you can gather, it's at least put together well. Reason why it's probably mostly hodgepodge is like somewhere where you would expect just one long beam. It's probably got 2 beams that are like nailed together because they couldn't quite find the right length. Sort of do that. So in that sense, it's more hodgepodge. But the card itself is very basic in its design. Hasn't really sort of been given any instructions on to sort of jazz it up or any particular way. But you can definitely see on the side it's followed some of your instructions about what you wanted to build. So you're seeing on both the front end and the back end what looks like big giant cogs of made of wood.
What the
They almost look like cartwheels themselves, but because they've got the same groove in it, and then a bit of like leather strap between the two type thing, as well as.
I've been coming in every now and then to oversee it anyways.
And you
make sure
also
it's done
see
right.
there is like chains in some parts to sort of just keep it all together. They're like hanging loose, well, like one top corner and one next to the thingo. And yeah, you come in, and it goes, "Oh, hello, how are you? It's good to see you again."
Good day. I'm curious. Has it been completed?
It's near enough. It's near enough. Like, give you a day or two to sort of just make sure everything's good. Maybe even not a paint job. Maybe just like make sure everything's knick-knack and give it a bit of a test run. But I think we're good.
All right. Well, in that case, I shall return in a day or two.
All right. Would you like to see it though?
Oh yes, I want to see.
What is it?
Is the mechanism complete?
Mechanism, I think it's complete.
All right.
I say this with a word of warning. I say it's complete. We've given it a test run. See how this goes. All right.
Right.
What I've done is it's a very manual process to do this, but it opens up very quickly. It's just that putting it back together is probably a bit slower. So what you do here is there's like little sort of bit of wood here, and it's like basically just a peg, realistically.
And what does that do?
What you pull on it?
Do I pull it? I pull it.
Right, you pull on it. As soon as you, it's got under tension quite a bit. So when you think you can just like quickly pull it out, you go, look, a bit of strength behind it is required, but not a huge amount. You give it a yank to sort of really get it out of that hole, and then all of a sudden you hear as the two sides of the thing just almost open up like drawbridges as the two chains that I mentioned basically stop it and make it fall almost flat. And in doing so at the same time, legs also just pop out from underneath at the same time it does this, and it lands like it's a big giant platform. Basically, on the very inside middle part, as like there's two sides to it, so there's like one side and another side, and there's like a big sort of like set of shelves down the middle with a whole heap of different sort of lockable drawers and like kind of like a desk things and stuff like that, and there's various different sizes for different sort of projects. There's like one section in the middle which is like a leather strapped sort of thing where you can put like tools in, and they've got like a couple in there sort of to give you an understanding of what it's like. But basically, yeah, it's not fully fleshed out and furnished at this present moment in time, because that's up to you guys how you want to flesh it out a bit more. But yeah, they act as a nice little functional sort of area to do two different workshops with. And you guys can
is the table complete? The special table that I requested.
So you could say that again, because you didn't tell me before. I completely forgot to
gyroscopic table, so
the
it's stabilized. Yeah,
stabilized, so when it moves, it can be worked on.
Yeah. Like the gyroscope tape.
Yeah.
When it gets moved, we have a bit of a tricky one, that one, because I don't know if we could do that one. It sounds a bit might require magic.
Well, the designs I gave you should be able to do most of it. The rest of it I can finish off, but...
Well, we've done the designs, but it doesn't work currently, so you probably have to get a magic shuttle into it to do the final part.
Yes, as expected.
Yeah. Well, it's already partly attached to it. Like, if you could see under here, there's like a couple of metal springs type thing that sort of gives it that sort of sway.
It's very hard to design something that doesn't move when the rest of it moves, when nothing moves.
Yeah, exactly right.
I just sort
As
of...
Jimmy said.
How much did you pay for this all?
And I'm looking around and just getting super excited.
How much did I pay for it?
We'll figure that out later. I'm thinking for this particular thing, it doesn't have the magic in it to give you the stabilization at this present moment in time, but it is a pretty hefty bit of work to get this particular thing going.
So, because the magic doesn't work, could you give us, say, 30 gold discount?
Well, that whole thing is about 2,000 gold pieces to pull all this together.
So about 30 gold off, just because you didn't get that bit working.
Roll a persuasion roll.
19.
Look, I got it working, I just can't make it do what it wants to do.
But because you couldn't get it to do what it wants to do, you should really give us a bit off.
Yeah, alright, I'll make it 2,000.
It's all right.
That's gonna pay you back.
I was really expecting when the top sort of opened up that there'd be like a spring-up trebuchet.
It is in the original design.
One.
Yeah.
It is in the original design. I had to modify it. Yeah. Very well. When I return, we shall sort out the funds.
Excellent. Now, I know we've already given over 1,000, so just another on top of that. Should more than enough cover what you need to do. As I said, you guys might have to spend a little bit of extra money just to sort of turn your two workshops into the specific workshops you want, but otherwise it functions pretty much like workshops. Like, you can do it at a simple level, just like by kits, and that'll be more than enough. But yeah, you can add more to that if you want to. I have no problems with that. All right. Well. Just give me a couple of days, going to oil it down a little bit, make sure everything's shored up a bit. I'm probably going to secure a couple of bits pieces here and there. I've seen some parts that might jar a bit, so I don't want it to break off when they like fall apart, stuff like that. If you want to put it together, there's a crank over here, and you start like cranking it back up, and the chains basically roll up and start pulling it in again.
Many more.
Thanks for the raid, Matty Morgs. Good to see you again. And yeah, basically just chunks it back up again, and it's like slowly like a drawbridge. It's almost exactly like two drawbridges on each side of your cart, and then folds back into the thing. And because of the just general height of it, it doesn't need to like pull out or anything like that. It's big enough as it is.
Hey, Dancing Shazoo Bear.
See, I told you it does work.
It hasn't worked for the last few weeks.
I didn't do it.
Was that a wild Rory
That's a
appearing?
Rory, yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a.
Oh, hello!
Thank you for the subscription, Maddie.
We don't have time to speak about our Lord and Saviour druids.
I was really hoping you would just
while
close
we're
it back down.
interrupted.
You'll make time!
Hurry up while we're already interrupted.
get in? This is.
You don't.
You know what?
You probably want to go behind me and go that way.
Roger that. Probably.
All he has to do is put his phone down so he doesn't trip over it.
Jen? You breathe up.
Suck it in.
That doesn't help.
Alright, back on track.
You, it
I was
helps
watching the
him.
whole time.
Otherwise, your Carter's now back to how it was, and he's just getting the other guys to sort of just try and bits and pieces here and there.
Oh, this is you, by the way.
So like a day, come back that day, will be fine.
Right, we shall head back to the rest of the group.
All right.
Head back to the house.
Now, we now jump over to the meeting with the council. Wow, it's good to see you here again.
Before the meeting, like literally just before we're walking in, Amber is regaling Emil with everything that occurred in the conversation previously. And I could just imagine the looks of pain that he's giving me and how badly I butchered the conversation.
Chumps.
While I'm trying to hold on to... due to a miscommunication, I ended up with half orange juice and half coffee. I asked for an orange juice and a coffee. And I'm that exhausted I don't care.
Yeah, it's good. It's good
I'm
enough.
just chilling it down and drinking.
I'd drink that. It'd probably be nice. A nice coffee
It'd be
with
like
a bit of orange
Jaffa.
juice in
No,
it.
like
yeah, I'd
Jaffa.
drink
Yeah,
that.
like a Jaffa.
No.
It's something to try next week.
No.
Alright, so you come to the council. You can, if you want, Rory, to also join the council if it's something you want to jump into.
No, I'm busy.
Okay.
Being tranced.
Alright, time has passed since that trance.
Okay.
Quite a bit of
This is the halfway through the day,
Where-
the day after we got back to town.
Where would you have been at the point of them being all like, "Hey guys, we're going to a meeting. Please join us."
I got home after
he got a sending
and went
message
to bed, and they gave me a sending saying, "Wake up, Amber's talking. We need help."
Wasn't quite like that, but okay.
Wasn't far off it.
Okay, well, I suppose
If you were up and about, I'd be checking with you. Like, something going on at the temple. I'm heading off.
Okay, so I feel like you would like
Would you join?
poke your head
On my way
past
to the
the
Oh, right.
threshold onto the roof area, begin talking, see that Rowan is still trancing heavily and kind of sweating as he's doing so, and then after being concerned for a few moments, his eyes open, and then he immediately wild shapes into a giant eagle, and just goes.
That is different. I cast minor illusion to make a little illusion of a rat running across the field mouse.
As best I can, a jaunty eyebrow is raised from this eagle.
And this is where you need Amber to interpret the Rowan.
Or Antoine.
This
who can
is
speak
a
with animals.
sentence that is not used very often in this game, but I just need to know, are you mountable?
As Tim has deemed it, the kind of giant eagle I can conjure is too small for a person to ride.
Okay, because the lizard was mountable, but...
Can I ride you?
If he didn't have his armor on, yes. Yeah, I'm happy for like gnomes and halflings that are small without heavy armor and all that type of jazz.
So me? I'm a dwarf.
You're a dwarf. You're not considered
You weigh like
small like a
200 pounds
gnome
of pure
or a
muscle.
Size
halfling.
medium,
You're considered size medium.
even though you're only 4 feet.
I'm only 4 feet tall.
So
she's bulky.
That's because you're 5 feet wide.
So after a
And we're not talking sideways.
few moments of rolling,
You get taller
going-
lying down, yeah.
just going.
Perhaps you should change back. You might scare people if you were to fly around in that form. I mean, go for it, but if you get people shooting crossbows at you, that could be problematic.
Yeah, losing wild shape while halfway up in the sky would be a problem.
No, it's fine, because you can just do another wild shape.
Yeah, but still.
And then get clipped by the next
He's just
crossbow.
like flying through the air. He sees like crossbow just go into the side of it, and suddenly Rowan starts falling out of the air and turns into another eagle. I'm like, holy fuck.
Okay,
We're gonna need a bigger crossbow.
Okay, he drops wild shape and goes,
It was very impressive, though.
I figured it out.
Ah.
I figured it out!
It's something you want to do for some time, is it not?
I can fly!
Are you sure?
I believe I can fly.
I think that is all the tasks that we're doing here has provided many small moments of inspiration for a lot of us.
Oh yeah. Did you say anything? You said you're going somewhere? I was...
Ah, yeah, Volkir yelled at me.
Oh,
I
yeah,
heard him from the Temple District. Oh, no, that's not right. Volkir is in the Temple District. He sent a spell for saying that there is thing going on there.
Oh, let's go then.
Let's all go to the town.
Alright, you guys head off to the Temple District and then you meet up with the rest of them and then they say, you guys basically say that we're about to go into a meeting with the council for the religious district.
Mm-hmm.
And of course you see sitting in the table for the religious district, of course, is Lady Aaron, the white dragonborn. She greets you with a gravelly voice as you've always known her. Of course you also see Olin Stormwind, the gentleman you've been talking to just recently. You also see the gold dragonborn from the Paladins of Bahamut, Faithless, who she is. And of course, you also see Lincoln the gnome from the Temple of Lathander.
I like that guy.
Give him a bleary-eyed nod.
He, like, as soon as he sees you like come to the council, he like slaps you on the back. He kind of like jumps as he does it. Here you go, boy!
You need to be quiet. I have killed men for less.
It's alright, I've raised men for less.
Costing more photos.
Amir, do you need more? Do you need ale?
That would not be wise.
Oh.
Here are the doggy thoughts.
You were alright last night.
Ale seems to fix every problem.
Fix every solution. That is probably accurate. It fixes every solution.
Makes it back into its natural state of a problem.
Well, we have gathered the council here, and Olen tells me that you have. Well, we have. He has already described to us some of the things that have happened. This is
The events of yesterday.
the events of yesterday, and we will have the ceremony tomorrow for those who have fallen. But at the same time, you have been somewhat successful. But apparently, someone by the name of Umberly has also escaped or let loose, whatever the word.
We had to release her.
She was
being
hiding in a
held.
big goober gabber.
A goober gap.
I'm sorry, I
pile of
don't
tentacles.
actually. Do I speak Dwarvish? I'm like, you don't even make sense in Dwarvish.
Oh, that is fine. There is no name for what happened. It is now. It has been called the Goober Gabber.
It was a pillar of verse.
The 100% of academics who have studied it have called it the Goober Gabber.
You're calling her an academic.
I am.
I do not hold academics in
Either
high
way,
regard.
either way.
So it's just that.
So, yesterday, I ended up basically on my way to the Crystal
Those
City.
spells, it's intelligence. If I have other spells, it's
Guys.
It was the day before yesterday. We spent the night there, then we spent the day traveling, and the night in the pub, and then here.
Yes. I called upon my god to help me save my friends, to defeat Xenofeld. And Kalimvor did not answer. The one that stopped me from dying was Umberly. And during the time that she stopped me from moving on, she gave me information that we had yet not found out.
And what information is that?
What? She didn't say anything.
Not to you.
To be fair, I was also really concerned about Rowan.
Yeah.
So, you all know about the gods
Glum.
and how they...
Apparently that they have fallen from the heavens.
Yes. All of them have.
That is the general consensus amongst the council, yes.
Umberly gave me another piece of information.
Which was?
There are 5 amongst them that retain their power. It is how she got caught by Xenofelt. Xenofelt retained his power, she did not. He was using her as basically a battery.
I have a sneaking suspicion they all have retained some of their power.
Some of their power, but there are 5 amongst them that retain all of their godly power on this realm.
Can you believe her?
Well, Moradin helps me sometimes.
If they lost all power, we would know it immediately.
I actually would believe her. It is one of those scenarios where it seems like...
It is not self-serving for her to lie.
Exactly. But in her telling the truth, the ulterior motive behind her telling the truth is what's more concerning.
That is my problem to deal with when it happens.
Oh yeah, you did say she was what, a black bitch?
You what?
She's called the Bitch Queen.
Oh, my bad.
That's rude.
And another thing should be a blue bitch.
It's a reference to a card game.
Mm-hmm.
It's called The Black Bitch. No, it is. It's a card game called Black Bitch.
It's hearts, except reversed.
It's been said.
The whole channel's just gone like, wow!
I really should keep my mouth shut. It wasn't meant as a racial slur. Ah!
The term is Altheian American.
Wow.
Wow.
That's what Yorlin is.
Moving on!
Anyway.
But anyway, yes.
Please.
She currently does not know who else has retained power, and she does not know whether or not we have removed one of those with power permanently, or if the power will move on to another host.
Well, that is something we need to investigate, I guess. It is part of the reason why I think you brought the council together, is it not? Correct?
Yes.
Oh, is it? I thought we were going to talk about the people in the place.
We can talk about that afterwards, but at the moment I needed to talk with the religious leaders about stuff that has religious context.
With the information that we have learnt from your endeavours, as well as what we've seen ourselves so far, we have sent missives out to our various chapters and their headquarters amongst in Althea itself, but they do take time to get back and forth. We may have to talk to perhaps 1 or 2 of the mages within the city itself, and perhaps speed up this process to get some more information, but it will still take time.
We might not be able to wait around for that. Because
Understood, but since we do know who you are, it is not too hard for us to sending messages when required.
How does that work? Like, if I give you a really accurate description of someone, could you send them a message?
We have to have met them. It is a...
What if you have part of their body? I mean, like hair.
I thought you meant like a hand or
to
something.
the religious debate.
It's been working great guns so far.
I made mistakes.
I'm not going to say that.
Please don't. I don't even know what it is. Please
But
don't.
we will try and find out what information
You
we
can
can
read it, yeah.
amongst our various orders
hang
here,
on.
as well as probably some of the other
That's fine.
listeners who are currently here,
It's fine.
and try and figure out what we can. We cannot guarantee anything because there are a lot of
Where did it go?
unknowns.
There is, and it is quite disturbing. May I ask a favour from each of you?
All right.
Tonight, during your prayers, would all of you cast divination to try and get an answer from your gods about what needs to be done moving forward?
Is this something you have done yourself?
I have.
What was your answer?
Was originally to take out Xenofeld. That part is done. But if you don't get an answer from your divination, may I ask one other thing that you might try? Can you all cast sending?
Yes.
To your gods and see if you get an answer.
Sending to our gods.
If they are on this...
They are on this plane, and I can tell you for a fact, if they have the ability to, they will answer, because Kalimvor has answered mine.
From sending?
Yes.
I just
Interesting.
thought really hard, and I talked to Moradin.
Yes, but you were in a dire situation.
You were also in a peculiar situation where you have caught the eye of a god. Eye of a god, not ire.
Yeah, they're different.
Much different.
I haven't got any eyes in my bag.
I have cast sending before, and Kalimvor has answered me multiple times, but he is currently busy.
I have acid and mushrooms.
So
I'm curious as where this will go to. I will endeavour to do later on.
I am most keen to hear what you get back, because there are other things at play with the dragon gods that I know of, talking to my Azamir friend previously about the old party member that died.
Well, myself, I will probably do it in the morning because I am from Lathander, of course. It works that way. But yes, I will do it and endeavour myself. And when I get the information that I get, I will pass that on as much as I can.
I will return tomorrow to see what answers
I think
you have
we
been given.
reconvene tomorrow at roughly 10ish.
Sounds perfect.
What about the other thing?
As well.
The ceremony will probably do right about 9. So if you hear, because of the gods that they were part of, Torm and stuff like that, it's probably best that they'll be handling the thing. If it was me, of course, we'd be doing it at the break of dawn. But for them, slightly later in the day, they like to make sure they have their breakfast first.
Is it ceremony then meeting?
Ceremony then meeting.
Very good.
Well, what about the other thing?
What other thing? What is this?
What do you know? The people in the place and the Xing Xing and
Yes,
the
we-
rah, rah.
To be more specific, I'm sure at the moment the leader of the Torm Church can fill them in about what our plans were for that.
I probably need a little bit more information. The translations from the dwarf is
Yes.
hard to translate to
told
the
them
rest of the
that
council.
there might be soldiers within the Dwarven Citadel to the south to come and help them shore up their lines.
I thought we were being quiet about that.
Yeah, we are.
Yes, but they also gave us 12 soldiers that died to help us.
Ooh.
They
I know this is an
need
aside.
My
numbers.
condolences.
For comedic effect, we need Antoine to explain this. Just so we can say in that accent, listen very carefully, for I shall say this only once.
Yeah.
Rowan,
Hello?
He's on the way
we
to the
decided
forest.
to tell them about the Bretons because we think that they could help cause a revolution of the city. Because nobody likes the Muslim, and we want to overthrow them.
Amber,
Okay.
it is safe to speak normally here.
I think,
Okay.
Amber, for you, you should use code words, okay? I come up with very good code words.
Oh no.
Instead
Can
of
we
saying
stop
the
with this
Bretons,
shenanigans,
say
please? Can we just
friends.
let's get this information out to the rest of the council and move on with what
Both-
we need to do?
Rowan and Amir knows a lot more than me. I never
Yes.
met the people.
We were in Summerport, and then we met some guy called Ferrari. He was cool. They liked Bretonians.
Amir, if you could please. At that point, I'm literally just going to get behind both Amber and Rowan, put my hand over their mouths, and just sort of drag them back.
His name was
You wouldn't get
Enzo. That's
away
why I
with it.
remember Ferrari.
Enzo, that's right.
Wow. There is a
I
group of
just remember
soldiers who
pretending to be a
were
bush.
still loyal to the old ways. They were very disparate. We managed to unite some of the groups of them, and they are waiting for a proper time to be able to take back what is rightfully theirs.
Is this the gentlemen who are all in the Dwarven Citadel, or someone else?
The majority of them that we found nearby are, but there were also some in the other towns. If given enough time, they can probably collect some of the others and bolster their forces a little bit more.
So we're looking at potentially more than the 50 that's in the Citadels, which you're
Yes.
referring
The
to.
largest group we found in one place was 50, but there were others in other cities.
At this present moment of time, we may require quite a lot more resources because we should be looking more than just the Black City itself. Like, if we could take over Summerport itself, would also give us a large advantage. We would have, while it is almost the other side of the continent per se for this area, but at least securing Summerport would give us a great base of operations if we can't directly attack the Black City itself.
The two perhaps options would be to either have the slow advance from the outside in or cut the head off the snake.
Both are possibly options, yes.
If you were to do a decisive victory in the Black City, that might be enough for the others to...
And you've mentioned something that you have access to the Plague District, is that correct?
Yes, we have... there are tunnels there that we can use. Smugglers' tunnels, but we can...
We've got several options that we could do here, but I believe if we even attempt to cut the head of the snake off, we will still have to deal with the other heads. And the soldiers themselves are somewhat loyal, though they may be a bit disparate about who is the loyal one, too, if that makes sense.
Is there a time to change their minds?
Perhaps there is. Some may...
Win over the people.
Power is an interesting thing. It will take some time, but with the information that you have given us so far, I think we can probably point some people in the right directions and talk to some more beneficial ears to sort of help us out in this endeavour.
There was also the idea of perhaps hiring some bards to travel around telling stories of the old days, about how good they were under the Breton leadership.
That is a good idea.
Get the people thinking towards history and tradition.
Find out which one gets murdered.
Oh, Adamir,
When the
tell
parts
them about...
inevitably get murdered, find out which one, who did it.
Are we supposed to tell them about the weird statue things?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Or do we not tell
I
anyone
don't know
about
if
the
they're
weird...
reliable enough to be brought into this.
Okay, fair enough. But there's weird statue things.
I have been told about
wing
these.
things. Rowan can fly now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Congratulations!
I must interject. What is this statue thing? You have alluded to them already in my conversation with you. What are
There
they?
were guardians of the lady.
Yeah.
Their magic was still active. This was below the city of Summerport.
Yeah, we went down there and we made it safe for the sneaky people to do all the sneaky business. And as we were down there, we found them in this little side chamber.
Ah, the Guardians of the Lady! I've heard of those! Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. They said... Wait, didn't they say something like, don't disturb us again until you find the lady?
No.
No,
They said, don't disturb us again until the flags of the Britons fly above the cathedral.
Ah. I hear
None of us
Edward's
remember this.
voice in my head.
You also hear Imperius from the distance saying, they also said not to tell anyone! You freaking idiots!
It's Emma. She was asking if she should tell them.
Telling the Bretons was one thing.
Telling
randoms in Mousillon City.
Okay.
Ooh.
I have a question for you. Perhaps your combined wisdom and powers could find out.
Go ahead.
Is the lady a goddess?
Yeah.
Yes, she is.
Then where is she on the world?
That is a very good question.
She's in the lake.
That is a very good question.
If you want to overthrow the Mousillon, if the lady herself was to walk up to the gates, which is not an unreasonable expectation these days.
I'm going by the assumption at this stage that it's depending on who you follow. The Lady of the Lake herself probably would need one of the actual priests of the lady herself. Probably from the group of 50 that you mentioned at the Citadel that we probably need to talk to.
We'll need to find the damsel.
Oh, what? No, you can just talk to them when you meet them.
That is what I was alluding to. We will do that, yes.
Yes. Well, why, something about flags, but we weren't supposed to tell you.
Flags?
You know, in the statues.
Red flags, lots of them.
If you guys are going to the dwarven place, then you should know something.
What is that?
The front door won't open unless you're Amber.
Oh, yeah.
Use the back door.
Yeah, they have a key for that one.
Yes.
Also, if you were to say to them that you were sent by the dwarf who tells stories backwards, they will probably understand.
Oh yeah, also, I made the entire area more fertile, so it's more useful now for growing things.
In the mountains.
Alright, that's good to know, I guess.
Oh, and if there is a shaper guy up there, he's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty cool.
Marcy?
Geode?
Yeah, Geode, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name.
He was nice.
Alright.
Geodude.
Well, it looks like we have a lot to do in the future. We probably could discuss this till the nth degree, till we go home and discuss all sorts of plans. How about we finish this up for the time being? We will send out all the missives that we need to send out and contact the Bretons who are at the Citadel. I do like the idea of hiring the bards, but we have to be careful about that. We don't want to put them into too much danger. And spread the word out amongst the cities themselves in this area. We may have to do a large coordinated attack across different fronts to do this, but I also do believe that we may need a strike force to cut the head off the snake per se. But this cannot be done right now. We're not ready yet.
No.
As I said before, your best option, I think, going forward, depending on what you need to look at, I don't know what your overall plans are, but along the way, if you can find more resources to head our way, it would be much appreciated. And then we will organise something together, because if we can pull this off and overthrow this government, this whole area will become a lot better again. We'll probably help a lot of people in the long run. But mark my words, this is not going to be an easy task.
It never is.
With the week we have, that is something to understand.
In the meantime, we will contact our gods in the same way you have. And then when you come tomorrow for the ceremony, then we will discuss what we have found. Ceremony first, then the meeting, of course.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I think that is business for now for the council.
Yes.
Anyone else require anything else for this before we get back to tomorrow?
I do.
Which is?
Do you know of a god who wants to burn everything?
There is a lot of those.
What?
What?
Why?
There is gods to food. There is gods to honor. There are gods to death. There are gods to every possible conceivable idea you can think of. Many of them cover many different areas. Sigmar themselves has a partial to fire as well.
Huh.
And the heretic.
If you guys know of or find out about any gods who like to burn everything and are heavily associated with a big floating pair of eyes, I would like to know.
That still doesn't really settle it down to one god.
How many gods are there that burn things? This is really...
We're talking about very many different beliefs across a very large world here.
Okay.
Some from more traditional followers of faith, I guess, in a roundabout way you put it, and others from like the Sigmar, as they call him, the man god.
Right.
And the Lady of Lake all sort of go under different methodologies about how they come about according to their mythology.
Okay.
Where a lot of the other gods in our areas more just existed as part of this world existing, I guess.
Well, that's all I wanted to ask, so thank you, bye.
You're all religious folk, right?
Yes.
I have a question.
I was going to say, is it a serious question?
Yes.
Did you really start to quick him out?
No.
I was going to say, if I find out it's not serious, I'm going to hold
Please come again.
I had...
I'm going to what?
Well, before we found out properly about all the gods and everything, I had a vision of a something. Someone landed. Okay, I remember graveyard and a gentleman who landed in a crater, and I'm essentially going to give them the description
of that.
And I was wondering if you might be able to help me figure out.
You've already learned that
who
you
it
think it's
was.
Sigma, don't you?
Well, we kind of assumed that based on the graveyard, but we didn't know if it actually was Sigma because we didn't know like representation of the god itself.
In other words, you need more information.
That was terrible.
That sounds like potentially that god, Sigma. It sounds like the MO for it, but beyond that, I'm not quite sure what else to sort of give you on that behalf.
All right.
Sounds like part of a bad frat.
We haven't managed to see any of the gods ourselves on this mortal plane. We just know that they are here.
Well, I saw Moradin, and we've now seen Umberly and Xenofelt.
Seeing them,
We've communicated with.
the way you describe your description is not the not a indicator of who they are. Yours sounds like how they got here in the first place. What happened at the point of being cast out.
Well, yes, but I also spoke to Moradin.
You spoke to Moradin, but you never saw Moradin cast out, is what I'm getting at.
No, I did not.
Whereas you've seen the vision of this god, whoever it happened to be, actual cast out, the point of impact when they were cast from the heavens.
Yeah, I can't figure out where it is though. The world's a big place.
The world is a big place. Perhaps you need to go back to the lands of the Order themselves and see what's going on over there.
I feel like they would kill me on sight.
Well, they kill a lot of people on sight, but you're not really a magic user, so you're probably far less of an issue.
Oh, well, that's good. I mean, am I actually less of an issue?
I'm a cat person.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Oh, and I'm not.
Yeah.
It is not a place
If I'm going to be
to
killed,
tread
I'm going to
lightly.
cast change self to look like Sigma. Make them really regret their decision.
Is there any other questions before the council dissolves for the evening?
No.
The afternoon.
Enjoy your afternoon, and we shall see you tomorrow.
We shall see you all tomorrow. Alright, the council dissipates, go back to their general areas. A couple of them like, just get together and chat amongst themselves, asking questions about ideas about what they've just learnt. But other than that, they go back to their places and do what they need to do. You guys finish up there, and I assume you're going to head back, or you're going to stay?
Have a quick chat to the barkeep priest.
Barkeep priest. The gnome, yeah?
Yes.
How you doing?
I remember most of last night, not all of it.
I remember most of last night too.
There was something I needed to do today. Do the temples here have supplies of incense?
Ah, yes. Lots of supplies of incense. It's like tons of it here.
Could I acquire some?
You require good stuff that you use for spells, or just some incense for the sake of it?
Good stuff.
Well, there is a bit more limited that supply because they're a little bit more involved in getting stuff. But I think
for a donation.
Let me have a look. I've probably used quite a lot myself recently, so I've only got probably 10 gold pieces to spare.
Perfect.
All right, 10 gold pieces it is for some good incense mixed with a bit of brandy.
Good great! I'm gonna have a drunk familiar.
Yeah.
The best kind of familiar.
Oh dear.
Oh, you took familiar too. Sweet.
That was the main reason for taking that, so I can have a pet raven.
Ah, nice.
If you chase this raven even once, it'll end badly.
I won't. My cat will.
We should probably.
Yeah, I
have
was
a
going to
break.
go to break because it's a good time.
We
to go for a
can't
break.
have familiar versus familiar battles.
Why not? It's like a Pokemon fight. Exactly.
It's so expensive. It's 10 gold per failure.
I've got a question. Is your one a shiny?
No.
Make it white.
All right. You guys are heading back to your house, I assume, for the night.
Yeah, I
And
have,
you
a
come back in
co-
the morning type thing.
I have a conversation to have with Volkian.
And Amber has a conversation to have with Rowan.
I
Has anyone noticed I'm not even in the house?
And we level up.
Where are you?
He went to the forest.
Remember,
He's still walking in the forest.
Alright,
So
that's right, yes.
perhaps when we come back, we can handle.
Yeah, we'll do the forest when we come back. Well, he's only summoning a creature. So.
Not only summoning a creature.
Oh, you are doing more?
It's a bit more to it than just summoning a creature.
That's
Thanks.
true. That is true.
It's going to be fancy.
All right. We will have a break. We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes, and then we'll continue on. We'll go into the forest and.
I'm not balancing a saddle on my head as I walk across the whole fucking. For no reason.
I do remember your baby metal pictures you put on the Discord channel.
Yeah, I remember too.
So here's a really interesting clarification that I think is really cool. You know, you can actually cast Booming Blade through a familiar.
Yes.
How weird is that?
Yeah, that means the familiar gets to attack.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I have to be holding a weapon because I'm casting the smell, but it has a touch range
you can't
coming
hold
from the
spells.
weapon through the familiar.
You can't talk.
Then just take Shocking Grasp instead. It's a touch spell.
No, it can still be cast through the familiar even though you were the one carrying the weapon. Because it's considered touch
Because the weapon
with the
itself is
weapon.
actually the material component of the cast spell.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, so the material component is making attack.
All right, yes.
We're going on break.
We are going on break. We'll be back in about 15-20 minutes, and we'll continue on the story. Once I find a mission to jump into, I'm going to go. welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
It is I, Antoine.
You head off into the local forest around the Black City. There aren't thick forests in this area, but there is definitely...
Oh no, I'm going to one specific forest.
Which one?
Where we killed Xenophil.
Okay, yep, alright, yep, you head back
That's
there.
why-
So it will take you probably a good day,
Yeah, that's why it took me a long time.
Alright, so you managed to sort of get out to that particular area. Because it's already been a couple of days since it's passed, the blackness that you originally encountered when you're going through the area seems to have very quickly died off and gone almost back to normal. There's like a few hints here and there of the blackness still within some of the thicker trees where you originally burnt down the hut. And some of the deep roots of the grass in the area has also got the blackness still within it, but very, very little compared to how it was before.
It's not pools and tendrils and...
Yes.
You know, red weed everywhere.
Red weed. And you go to the roughly same location where you guys burnt the hut down first. Originally, sorry.
So, I'm mostly looking for the giant tree. Well...
Yeah, the one that's in the middle of the whole thing, yeah.
I'm not looking for a giant tree, but I'm expecting a giant tree.
Yes. There is basically the hut that you had, which is mostly just a mixture of ashes from the support beams that have been burnt, as well as the blackened rocks from the fire themselves, which have mostly been scattered to the side. There's almost very little evidence that this hut existed, because, as I said, there is now a big giant tree in the middle of it all.
Is it a maple?
It is a maple tree, yes.
Somehow I suspected. Anyway, I've come here to find the steed. I'm carrying my saddle of the cavalier on my head. It's the easiest way to carry it around. It takes me 10 minutes to cast this damn thing.
You sit down near the tree. You're gonna lean up against the tree, I assume.
Mostly, it's a well, now it's a place of great power for nature. So, I'm going to take my little thing off my neck and cup it in front of me, I guess, and cast the spell and ask for a boon of the spirit of the tree, I guess.
What do you say as part of your casting of your spell?
Trying to think. Hello, little tree. I mean, big tree. You are quite grown in the time that I've known you. I've come to ask a boon of the forest to grant me a spirit steed. I would think an elk would be wonderful.
I was about to say an elk too.
And as they are magnificent forest creatures, I think it would be a good promotion, I guess. I'm not sure promotion is quite the right word, but an emblem, an excellent emblem of the forest that I could take with me to promote nature, I guess. If you get me a pig, I would be happy also. But I think an elk would be better.
You spend a good amount of your time just basically just kind of the way you do your rituals. You kind of like you chat a little bit to the god more than actually perform, ritualistic sort of.
There is no dogma in my approach to religion.
Exactly, yeah. So you just like.
I leave that to my family. They can do the chanting and the swinging and all that other shit.
Yeah, yours is more of like a polite conversation with a tree that doesn't really respond back to you just for the next 10 minutes as you cast your spell.
I'm not a druid. I cannot commune with trees.
You kind of lose yourself after a bit as you're talking to the tree. You kind of like just start going off on tangents. You start even describing some of the things you've cooked in the past because you run out of things to talk about type thing.
Yeah, I've made this little garden in the city. It's a patch of green amongst all the stones.
And yeah, you do all that type of stuff. As you're busy just talking away, you hear a noise from behind the tree. And you're kind of expecting it a little bit. And probably not too long after that noise, you hear the clomp, clomp, clomp of some sort of animal with wolves, of course. And of course, the very first things you see at the corner of your eye is the giant antlers that come into your vision. You quickly look to the side and you see this, of course, this giant elk. The elk itself is a little bit different than a normal elk. Its skin or fur is, while mostly tan and whites of a typical elk, it's also got mixtures of light green in there as well. As well as, from what you can gather, the elk's antlers themselves look like more of a white bone protrusions more than the typical brown that an elk has.
That would be the door in the tree closing. Then the elk just.
The elk basically is, sorry.
Sorry.
Thanks for the coffee.
You're welcome.
And then basically comes around the tree and, you know, looks at you briefly, like, nudges you a bit.
I grab a handful of grass. I'm like,
Eats the grass out of your hand type thing.
You are magnifique. Might I ride you?
Just like, as he like puts the hoof across the ground, like bows its head.
Without the saddle, for the first one, I attempt to mount this creature.
You mount the creature. It doesn't even respond all that much to you. It kind of like puts up its legs so to act like a
maybe a little bit lower.
A bit lower. And you mount up on the elk.
I'm the king of the forest.
While you know that trees, that trees don't quite, make any particular voices or any sounds like that. You're sure there's like not so much of sound, but more of a feeling of a chuckle. And then you now have an elk that you can ride on.
Cool. I put the saddle on it.
You put the saddle on, yeah.
I give it a tick behind the
For the
ears.
purposes of this particular spell, I don't think the saddle will fall away when it disappears. So it doesn't actually travel with it.
No, I didn't expect that to happen. But
yeah, so you're aware more than anything else. But no, yeah. You get yourself a elk as a steed. It is actually quite an intelligent creature. This version of it, not the elk itself, but the fact that this is your Fey summoned mount, and it is actually reasonably intelligent. Like it doesn't.
It has as much intelligence as Amber has wisdom.
Yeah. Yes.
It can speak a language, can't it?
It can.
It can, yes.
What? It has 6 intelligence.
Yes.
It can't speak it, it can understand it.
It can understand it, yes.
It only communicates in mime.
In moose.
So, which of your languages do you choose then, I suppose?
Halfling.
It's an elk that comes in, to be sure.
It's a halfling, not leprechaun.
Same thing, right?
Same thing, method in.
Oh my god.
No, Fey halflings are leprechauns.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you want to do?
Ride back to town.
You ride back to town. All right, you ride back to town.
Takes me half as long as before.
It does, yes. You see, if anyone's like watching across the plains as you're getting outside of the forest, you see like this halfling on an elk traveling through.
This dot on
little
this
dot.
giant creature with.
Pretty much, the antlers is coming out of nowhere. Majestic antlers of this elk.
Is it a regular elk or a giant elk?
For him, it's a regular elk.
Okay.
It's big.
It's still a large beast.
Yeah, but if it were a giant elk, it would be an omen of.
Yeah, it would be
impending doom.
a small group of halflings would be on the back.
Oh yeah.
Also, we could just like strap the wagon to it instead of having it pull the wagon.
Oh yeah.
It is not domesticated.
You
It
head
is
back
an elk.
towards the city. What was everyone else doing again?
Well,
Sorry, you guys want to have a conversation? don't you?
Reconvening at home.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I think we all went home and people wanted to talk to other people, and then we've got to wait for these two to show up.
I'm
some
going to
point.
say for a little bit of ease, that roughly by the time you guys do get back home and do all that type of stuff, that these guys can now rock up after doing all of their stuff.
Where have you been?
We thought you were dead.
I bought some smelly shit.
What?
I'm not dead. I've never been dead
your
before. I'm
assumption.
fine.
I thought I was the only
Actually,
person
I'll
that
talk
had
to you
the-
about that later. Don't worry.
Oddclaw just looks like sort of nervous and off-put because he's pretty sure you died and he's not used to fucking up like that.
Why did you think we were dead?
Well, like...
I didn't die. Not this time.
Pretty sure I saw people die.
We were on the ground, that does not mean we are dead.
Yeah, dying. That's never gonna happen to me.
And I'm just like recalling a tentacle impaled through his chest.
Right.
We're incredibly long-lived.
Rowan?
The last thing I remember is going down and waking up, being dragged up a
Look, I got
rope
out.
and
I got out who I could get out. I'm sorry.
Rowan?
Yeah?
On that note, are you sure you haven't... Well,
I'm pretty sure he did.
I think you might have had an experience much like my own before we met. Well, I tried to use my brew and it didn't work. You didn't wake up.
Oh.
I can tell you now.
I thought it was my brew, but
And trust me on this.
you were gone.
You
for a
were on
moment.
your way to the Crystal City.
But he had not got it there completely, had he?
No.
What defines getting there completely? Because he was dead.
Whether or not he could come back.
So
Well, like zombies do.
Not in the way that I bring them back.
Righto.
So what you're saying
You're a
is
necromancer?
I died.
I think Xenofelt might have actually succeeded in killing you.
There is a difference between dying and being dead.
Well, you're clearly
You
not
are
dead
not
now.
dead.
But I was
But you may have
dead.
You were
So
dead for moments.
Okay.
Well,
I actually don't think this matters. Like, yeah, he died, but he's not dead. He seems okay. He isn't rotting.
No, I feel okay. This is just
Rowan, quick, what's 1 + 1?
2.
Right, he's smart. We're good, right?
Do not use that check on Amber if she comes back.
That's a very low bar.
what?
Yes.
That's fine.
But the point is you were able to calculate something. Try casting some good berries. Maybe that'll bring it back.
You just want food, don't you?
Fucking caught.
Rowan, what happens to the caterpillar?
You mean the candy pillar?
No. The little bug thing that eats leaves.
Well, a caterpillar, it eats lots of leaves,
And then what happens?
and then it dissolves into a puddle inside
It stops being
shell.
a caterpillar
Yes.
and becomes something else.
A butterfly.
Does it matter that it ceases to be in the middle? It has continued.
I like
Is
that.
that why you can turn into birds now?
Is that all I had to do?
Your butterfly moment.
All I had to do was die, and now I can turn into flying things.
All you had to do was dissolve into a bubble.
Oh, if you honestly believe that, I don't want to see your druidic students. Number 45 is a killer.
Literally.
That doesn't sound right.
But perhaps it is something not to be afraid of?
Well,
concerned?
I'm fine.
There
It's
is
just
nothing to be afraid
it's just a bit unsettling. I feel like far too often people don't tell me things in the moment because they're concerned about how I'll react.
Oh, well, we didn't have a chance.
I'm
Let's
pretty
be
sure he's
honest.
not. I'm sorry.
For a sec, Rowan, you kinda do react badly to most things.
It was
I
scary.
mean, like, so does everyone, I guess, upon learning they died. That's pretty fucked, isn't it?
I'm also pretty sure
I
there
got
is
really
nothing in
drunk.
your books about how to react to being after death.
Is there like some sort of grieving process, or like, are you in acceptance?
Well-
Rage. He doesn't look at
He
you.
just exited out of denial.
Oh, right. What's next?
I don't. What?
I got really drunk.
You are 11 steps away from
I've
this.
just flipped open one of my many pads of paper for my cartography or forgery kits, and I'm just writing down symptoms. Patient appears confused.
That's me most of the time with you people.
Look, I'm not so good at
to be threatening me with a knife.
Well, Rowan, when I, died, when I came back, I was stronger. I could do more things than I could before. So, maybe surviving is what makes us strong.
Okay.
When
survival of the fittest is.
It's going to make a really awkward training montage of us just killing ourselves, coming back stronger. We're Super Saiyans.
I think.
No, just like, hey, Volkir, I got a diamond for you. Watch this. Diamond and watch this.
I think when we have moments of extreme stress, you unlock potential. Like when I was running away, I was scared, but I remembered the last time I felt that, and remembered something associated with it.
Oh?
Yeah, come with me. You know how you make creatures?
Yeah?
I want to make one.
Okay, so first, you need... Hang on. What are the components on Conjure...
Well, my grandfather, uncle, I can't really remember which. He used this shit.
And he holds up a bag of, like, incense, and he's added catnip
There's
and
no
his own fur to it.
Okay. Sure. Just give it back.
It looks like a very good mix.
Man, it smells good to me.
What kind of animal do you want to make?
Well, a cat, duh.
Oh, you should be one of these, and I wild shape into a tresium.
Yep. For those who don't know what a tresium is, it's a cat with wings.
Cat with wings. They can see invisibility, sense poison. They're actually really busted.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's pretty
but
fucking...
they're also a tiny little cat.
That's true.
That is pretty...
Yeah, but a regular cat has 2 HP. A Tresium has much more.
That is pretty cool.
I don't think that is what Fluffy is trying to do.
No, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Let's go.
If you can make one of those,
And I'm just like into an animal or create an animal.
Make it.
Yes.
And I just sort of like reach over and pluck a feather out as well and toss that
That's
in the bag.
exactly what I was imagining would happen.
I just start flying around the room very nonchalantly. Just like, you've seen cats be smug before. It's just like the smuggest cat face is me doing laps.
Can you do me a... I didn't get a chance to do this before, and I'm going to do it now. Can you do me just a general dex check?
Okay.
You're going to make him knock things off the
See
table.
how well I can take to flying.
No. The actually,
Dirty 20.
Oh, well, nice. You managed to sort of fly around and avoid knocking things off the alchemy table that Amber has put together.
And Amber also tries to catch you.
Amber,
Like a
the
butterfly.
first thing I need is a base.
You avoid all of the jars and whatnot, but Amber's knocking him over trying to capture you.
There's this green mist seeping through there.
Yeah. Amber. When you make a potion, what do you use to start?
Boiling water.
Right, let's boil water.
I start boiling water.
Fire?
I'm going to use some knowledge of arcane to like suggest useful things.
Alright,
to,
yeah. Well, you know how to do it as well, so yeah. I'll just let you do whatever you want.
Oh, there's a different tradition of how a different paradigm of magic,
true, yeah.
but just general principles of.
No, legit, my magic is pure chaos, and I'm happy to run with it like that.
Yeah. So in that case, I'm giving you useful advice, which is entirely unuseful to you.
Cool. I will use every single piece of advice you give me thinking it's a great idea.
Oh dear.
Yes.
And Amber will sort of attempt to kind of assist with her knowledge of like herbs and stuff.
I know exactly what he's trying to do, so just tell me what else you want to do as part of this little ritual of yours.
Ritual. In the rituals, people chant and rub things on their faces. Rub this on your face.
And I just like grab half of the bag of incense and I'm rubbing like incense on Amber's face.
Amber just grabs his wrist before he gets to the beard.
No. Trust. It'll make you smell good anyway. Smell it. It smells good.
It just smells heavily of catnip.
Don't touch the beard.
Rowan, you. Well. All right, come here.
I'm chasing after a Tressium with
I'm doing laps.
chasing after a Tressium with
What the rest of
catnip.
you guys are doing while he's chasing after the flying cat?
I'm sitting in the corner, handing my handing my hand, just like.
And Amber gets an idea and goes, "Oh, wait! I know what you need. A circle."
A what?
Well, I remember when we were in the Dwarven Citadel.
Chandelier.
There was a magical circle. I'm like,
how do you make a circle magical?
And I just like whip out my rapier. I'm now currently like gouging the floorboards.
Stop! No, better. I grab some charcoal
Yep.
and I start drawing.
I got some of that too.
I can actually draw you that circle if you want.
I was gonna say, do you want me to draw you a magic circle?
I can draw that circle.
No!
Oh, well.
Actually, no, I don't know what that circle is, so go ahead!
Amber doesn't know either.
What circle are you drawing?
The one that was summoning
the soul sucking.
Oh shit.
I copied it down.
Yes, if I get a mechanical cat out of this, I will be so stoked.
If I had
Sure, I
the
don't
spare ingredients, I'd cast Magic Circle just in case he summons something weird.
I'm going to start drawing out that circle, copying it down from my book.
Alright, you start drawing out the circle, you copy from your book.
As a forgery expert, I'm looking over your shoulder and copying it as well, because why the shit not? So I'll help out and go,
Yeah, but like, what if we put like a tail on that point?
It's got to be precise.
Can I throw smiley faces in the corners?
It won't work then.
What corners?
It's a circle. I don't want to find out.
But if we're trying to draw something that's happy, right? Because we want to summon a happy thing, the circle should smile.
Oh, wait, no! Just think happy thoughts.
I'm drawing like a cat around the outside of the circle,
no,
so I'm not interfering. Yeah, that's what I'm putting in, like a tail off it.
I can guarantee you don't have any artistic skill.
No,
So it's
I'm a
typical.
forge expert.
Yeah, but you're trying to do an artistic version.
Oh, okay, yes. So it's as good as
So
I
it's
can.
basically like the M and the 0 and the Q.
Forged art before.
Your forgery is more of the written form.
Practical. I know.
You basically start drawing cats, and basically the very typical sort of, M for the ears, 0 for the face, and the Q for the body.
Yep.
And you get like, maybe try and think, no, I can do this better, and start putting like legs on, which is basically just to look like chicken legs.
Yeah.
Then you put like the whiskers on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that.
Yeah, looks like Raffi has drawn a cat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen greater art from 5-year-olds.
His cats would be better than Oddclaws,
You start doing that across the floor, and you lose track of what you're doing about the actual ceremony as he's basically putting the circle down, and you start drawing cats everywhere.
Yep. Walls, ceiling, floors.
Catception.
I'm climbing halfway up the wall to draw it really high, just because there's got to be a cat overlooking.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Then you remember one day a particular cat. Sure, it had like a really wide grin, so you basically do the same thing with the big grin happening and the big teeth type thing.
That's really unsettling.
And you decide
from the Shires, the Cheshire.
The Cheshire.
I'm from the Cheshire. Oh my god. I'm literally from Cheshire, you guys.
Wait, can you smile?
He's British, they don't have humour.
He's getting this twitch in his eyebrow.
I know, I'm
Every time I'm like, hey guys, I'm from Cheshire. What, like the cat?
So
I'm gonna throw a tea in your face!
So your smile lingers when you leave the room?
No.
Rowan, I just realised something.
Yes?
You're from Cheshire.
No!
Sorry, I just had to say that.
I should have told him to do this somewhere else. I'm not sure if this will all come out.
No, it will work. It will be perfect. It will be really cool.
It'll be perfect.
I'm going to be super convincing while I'm telling you that, and I've rolled a 26 on persuasion, so you're starting to think it's an okay idea if you can't beat that.
What's your passive insight unless you're deliberately trying to...
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, but she already doesn't think this is a good idea.
I was going to say, my passive insight is 19.
26.
Yeah, but if he rolls for it, he could like do better than that.
This is a very important thing about in some instances if.
While you believe me telling the truth, it doesn't necessarily mean you think it's a good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You believe this is a good idea.
Exactly.
Yeah, she thinks that you think
It's right. I totally know how my grandfather, daddy, papa did it.
Oh, that's not what I'm worried about. Well, this was my workstation, I guess.
In my estimation, does it look like it'll work?
To you, no.
It does need a couple of little fixes.
No, what fix?
One, symmetry is important.
And I start matching the cats on the other wall.
Better.
But what else?
You've got like on the ceiling, you've just drawn one cat trying to draw it in that sort of like lion formation where it's kind of like the heraldry type of land. And you realise that because you said symmetry, you start drawing the exact same one but in reverse. So they've got like both their
Yeah, it's now a Siamese lion.
Rampant sinister. There is symbolism is important in these magical things. You are trying to summon cat, correct? So everything you say, you need to say 9 times.
9 times. 9 times. 9 times. 9 times. 9.
I just realised this is a bad play.
All right. I'm ready.
Now, when you start the ritual, that's when the 9 times starts.
At this point, I'm gonna drop wild shape and then just glance around and see all these poorly drawn cats and just go.
Look, I'm not the best at anatomy.
Well, I'm pretty sure at this point I'm just gonna be like, I'm going to the tavern.
Yeah.
What's that? You need me to come with you? Oh, okay.
No, I like grab the back of Imperious's shirt and I'm like,
No, you're magic. You stay. You help.
I need to talk to you,
Vulcan needs me for
so I'm with
something.
you, but as I leave, chasing after Vulcan, I'm just gonna wave a hand and conjure 8 cats in the room with them.
That will help. I need the 9th one.
You are the 9th one.
No, I'm summoning the 9th one. These are the first 8
So there's all
cats.
these cats everywhere in the
Oh.
And I'm just like, no, don't touch that, no.
Some of the cats hop up on one of the benches and just like.
Yeah.
And no. The cat does that, and then I do that to the cat. Smash!
Another cat basically
Bash
comes
off
up
the
to your
head.
beard and starts playing with it.
I would like to make an observation here. Who has the stuff on their face?
Not
Amber does
me.
currently.
I have some on my cheek.
I didn't catch him though.
No, I
Because
trust you
that's
all the
also mostly catnip.
It's like this one cat comes up to you, starts licking your face, is like,
I'm just trying to keep the bag away from
your beard.
You know what? They're probably all trying to climb me. Let's be
Seriously,
honest.
you're only 4 foot tall, and the beard
Yeah.
goes pretty much to the floor.
Yeah.
It's a ladder.
They climb.
Yeah. I'm overrun by cats.
Now, when it comes to you two deciding you want to leave to go to the tavern, are we talking about the one in the religious district or just the more local one in the
Whatever one
Just
is
the more
closest.
local one at
It's,
the moment.
it's literally just not here.
But
Basically, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get outside and I'm going to be talked to by either one of them.
Yep.
I need to talk to
And eventually-
to Vulcan proper.
I'll let them
Alright,
have the
well-
conversation first, but just as a bit of comedy after they're done, Amber will walk out with cats.
My summoning ritual is just another 45 minutes of this chaos.
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
It only takes 10 minutes.
You're just gonna hear. Cat comes flying out.
No, it's an hour to summon.
Is it?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got a warlock version.
It's 10 minutes to do a ritual spell casting of a ritual spell on top of
This-
normal
Yeah.
thing out if it's not big enough.
Yeah, but considering it's fine familiar, there's no point.
5 for me is basically base is 1 hour.
Yeah, so okay, in that case I'll add the
hour
10
and
minutes and make it ritual so I can recast if I need to.
Exactly right. That's pretty much what you do. It's
No,
basically.
here's what I
the
mentioned.
difference is that it doesn't matter for you.
No.
No, it
You don't
does
get access
because I
to-
only have a single spell usage.
Okay.
It's first level.
You don't have access to ritual casting.
That's what I was
unless
about
you
to
take
get
a
to.
class. The feat,
Yeah.
the feat
The
does
ability
not
to
give you
do a ritual.
I can ritual cast.
specifically towards a class.
Yeah.
Because there's a ritual caster feat.
It's a mini.
I know.
I can ritual cast.
I can ritual cast.
I can ritual cast.
I can ritual cast.
Really?
No.
I'm Spartacus.
So it's not
You can ritual cast every spell you
But
have.
if you've got the components, you can ritual cast it anyway, can't you?
You don't know how. You cast it as a normal spell.
Which it's a ritual, so.
Yeah.
Alright, this is a very interesting thing, because obviously you can cast the spell either as a normal spell or as a ritual spell.
Yeah.
Okay? But you can only cast a ritual spell if you have the ability to cast rituals.
The class ability.
Or the feat.
Which just allows you to cast it without using a spell slot.
Right.
Also,
just because
your spell doesn't take a spell slot.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I can cast it repeatedly anyway.
You can cast it once a day.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
So if it dies, you can only bring it back once a day.
Here's what I imagine happening. Because there's cat shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Cat things everywhere.
Cat things everywhere.
They're summoned,
He casts
so they
a
don't
spell.
shit.
40 more cats appear in the room, and he has to go through each one to find out
which one it is.
That looks like my cousin.
And of course, if I conjure them, of course, if I conjure them, if these cats take a point of damage, they just disintegrate.
Yep. Alright, so you're busy just doing more spell casting to do your ritual.
This is totally spell
You guys
casting,
have now
guys.
headed
This is how
outside
it
and head
works.
towards the tavern.
Me too.
You as well, so
Yes.
you're also going out. What about the rest of you guys?
I'm going to observe this ritual in case it goes wrong.
Fair enough.
From a safe distance.
I'm riding
the
like
same
the
room.
wind through the
Safe
moonlight.
distance.
You are riding through the wind, through the moonlight.
I'm going to summon a Cronenberg monstrosity of cats.
Amber is going to just continue to make sure the cats are on her and not her table.
Yes, you can ritual as much as you want, as long as you have the ability to cast
Ritual magic.
Ritual magic.
Yeah, I did just
which he doesn't
confirm that.
have in that feat.
So, because I'm using Magic Initiate Wizard, I don't have the Wizard class ability of ritual casting.
Yes.
Which is weird.
And it's like
So if later on you decide to take
ritual casting, even though they're a full caster.
Yeah.
So if later on you decide to take the ritual feat, because there is one.
Yeah. Then I can also pick up 2 more ritual spells and cast this as a ritual.
Correct.
Which, what's the point? It's fine familiar. You're not going to use it more than once a day anyway.
You hope.
Well, considering its expense and time taken,
yeah,
you know.
Might get really attached.
Anyway, you guys, so you're sticking around. You're heading to the place back because you're still on the thing. So you guys heading towards the tavern. Amber, you sticking around or heading to the tavern?
I am protecting my workstation.
So you're sticking around. All right.
I'll help with that. Invisible mage hand. Whenever a cat comes up, it gets pushed to the edge until it just teeters and then jumps down.
Amber's just pushing them off the table. And consequently, they're kind of like leaping on her, but that's fine.
Amber, do you have anything to drink? I'm getting parched. And I just start, like, walking over in the general direction of the table. You gotta take breaks through doing rituals too, right?
I hand you my endless ale.
It's part of the ritual. I know. Taking a break because it's his ritual.
Half hour of your ritual is just snoozing on the circle.
Do not besmirch the holy catnap.
But that's how you know it's a cat summoning.
That's right.
It's worthy of a catnap.
No, the worst thing is when you finally summon the cat, you have to stand there waiting at the threshold to the portal for the cat to decide to come in or out.
That's the last 10 minutes of it.
Oh no.
The last 10 minutes is being excited. It's there. Really? Come on, come inside.
Got tuna. Come on.
Oh man, this is so dumb.
It's no dumber from some of the other shit we've done in the past.
Yes.
No worse?
No worse, yeah.
No, worst.
Alright, so yes, you guys head off towards the tavern and you guys continue on with the ritual. So what do you guys want to do when you have towards the tavern? You guys want to have a conversation of some type, I assume?
Apparently they want to talk to me, so I'm just going to be walking towards the tavern. So
I
if
just
someone
wanted to
speaks
get
to me,
out of
someone
there.
speaks to me.
I know you want to talk to me.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to get out of there.
Yeah. So, Valkyr.
Yes.
I mentioned this last night. I need you to check on something for me.
Yes.
You know, you can do the whole ask your god a question, and the god's like, yeah.
Well, it's not quite exactly like that. The answers are never as accurate as you're assuming they are.
Oh, well, it's better than knowing nothing at all, and I kind of really need to know if this is true or not. So,
Okay.
could you talk to your god for me, please?
Sure. As in casting divination?
Yes.
It's probably better we go somewhere a bit quieter, if that's the case.
Okay. It's temple area? I don't know.
That's another 2-hour walk there.
Okay.
2-hour walk back.
We rent a room in the tavern we're in just for like 10 minutes or whatever.
The tavern you go to, let's just see if you can find
There we go. We were in a room for 10 minutes, 2 guys. It's not weird. It's not weird.
The tavern keeper says,
No, you're just there to watch.
The tavern keeper says, gentlemen, this is not that kind of tavern.
We demand half an hour minimum.
1 silver piece for an hour.
Hey, cool. Yeah, I just realised. At discretion, you can make it Patricium if you want to.
What, the cat?
Yeah, it's up to you.
It's at discretion.
That's whether or not you allow that.
Anyway,
So,
I imagine, is there a park nearby?
yeah.
I can't ritual cast.
much better. No?
Becoming much better.
Yeah, a park will
Dirty-minded
work.
bastards. I'm gonna walk towards the park because I literally just need to be able to sit down and concentrate.
In a rough way, it's kind of like a park. It's more of a probably
Oval?
a central area where one of the many wells in this place exist. Some of the wells that have been put together in this place are very makeshift ones because of the general flow of water from you've learned from the past doesn't exist anymore. So people have actually like ripped up rocks and created a small circle, and then it's basically dug holes into the ground type thing to try and get what they can.
And the sign says Western Overwell.
Didn't hear what you said.
Western Overwell. Oval.
The tree didn't need to hear what he said. It was wow.
Anyway, moving on.
It's the jokes that Amir rejects.
Alright, so yeah, you start casting your spell, I assume?
Yes.
It's like some seating in that area type thing, yeah.
Do you need to...
Before I'll ask, what question do you want to ask?
Okay. Is Baeliska being invaded by the Imperials?
No, that works. That's within the realms of the spell. So yeah, I can ask that. So yeah, I'll ask Kalambor, Almighty God of Death. Can you please tell me if Baeliska is currently being invaded by the Imperials or another force?
Yes.
So it's
You specifically said
the reply might be a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen. So
Yes.
yep.
Hey, he's your bud now.
Basically, I'm going to come out of that spell and just be like,
Well, shit.
"Where's Baeliska from here?"
It's west of here, a few hundred miles.
Will we have to go past it to go to the Imperial City?
Not directly past it, but it's
A small detour.
small detour, yeah.
We may need to stop by Baeliska on our way to the Imperial City.
Why? Is it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
My god has never given me a wrong answer yet.
Oh, okay. That's great. Thanks for. Do you need anything? You had that stuff. Do you need some things for the stuff? I have to go. I just leave.
I basically will grab him and be like, "No, you are to stay."
Why?
Because.
I kind of need him to put flower crowns on the cats, though.
Let's go to the tavern so we can discuss this properly.
Sorry.
Because we need to make a plan if that is the case.
Okay.
We can't just go running into Baeliska blind. We will need to know what's going on and how to fix it.
Okay.
So we will need information from you about Baeliska so that we can solve the problem when we get there.
If it is an invasion, it's not something we personally could fix, but we can see what we can do. We will be there to help you, Ro.
It's happened before, though.
And you fought them off before.
I wasn't born before, but it still exists in the living memory of my people. And the Imperials wanted nothing less than the complete eradication of my entire culture.
Well, we will not let them do that.
We will help you however we can.
But let's go to the tavern. We will discuss it more there.
Okay. I just follow quietly.
You guys head towards the tavern, and there's like a side sort of chairs in the wall type thing. I can't remember the exact terminology for it because I always forget words.
Booth.
Booth. Thank you. Dude, there's so much. It's annoying. Of course, it's got the curtain.
Dig food with.
Yeah, spoon. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and you guys basically sit down in the tavern and order some drinks, and yeah, you just have your chat.
So, what strategic value does Baeliska hold to the Imperials? Do you know, other than the eradication of your culture?
It's land.
Trees.
That's
yes,
it.
but their normal land is so far south.
Yeah, but it's land. They just want more. They won't stop. I don't know why they stopped before, but it gave us time to recover. It gave me time to be born. I was raised knowing that this was a possibility. Every child of Baeliska for the past 200 years has known that they will come back and that we have to be ready.
Do you have any allies to help support you in the fight against the Imperials?
I have my parents.
No, I'm talking as in your race within...
Yeah, my parents are the same race as me.
So there's only 3 of you living in this forest.
What he means is, does Baeliska have any allies?
Yes. Do you have any friends?
Nations or
nations
that can
would
come to
help
the
you?
aid?
The biggest one was Breton.
Who else?
They're currently off the table. Anyone else?
There was some snow elves up north.
They're currently under the table.
They were trying to reclaim... I don't know what they were doing. But I heard about... No. Honestly, no. There's really not much else for them. I don't think. It's been a while. I've not been home for about 50 years. So things could have changed.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would have changed in 50 years, yes. Well. This is going to be difficult.
Yes.
We could probably try calling on some of the Bretons to send some sort of force to Baeliska.
They're busy here. There's too much going on here. I was in that meeting. It sounded so desperate.
Yes, but if the Bretons were to help you fight the Imperials, I'm sure Baeliska would help the Bretons fight to reclaim the Black City when the time came.
I don't know.
We would have to assess how dire it is to make that call.
Which means we need to go to Baeliska first.
Well, we are heading towards the Imperial City anyways. We can make that detour. We'll have to speak with the others.
Yes, we will have to discuss this with them once we return. Once the whole ritual thing is over, because I'm not going back there while that is happening.
Yeah.
If we hear a loud explosion, it's failed.
It's taking a lot to keep concentrating on these cats, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, for the purpose...
Freak him out, make them disappear.
Wait, did you cast them before?
I cast them before I left, as he was doing it.
As they disappear, I yell, "It's working! It's working!"
They have fed to my mega cat.
And
I saw magic. I assume it's me.
And Amber just breathes like this visible sigh, really. Oh, thank God.
She's holding like three vases.
For the purpose,
There's another cat appears at your feet.
for the purposes of atmosphere of all of the cats that have been summoned and the ritual itself to summon a cat for a familiar, can everyone who is not here make cat sounds for me?
Was here, you'd ever cast silence.
Your ritual goes on for quite some time as these guys are at the tavern.
Yep, sweet.
It's like two of the cats suddenly start looking at each other.
Also, if anyone's watching this at home and your cats at home are reacting, we want to know.
Yes, it is true cat magic.
They start hissing at the screen. We've succeeded.
After the ritual has pretty much come to the crescendo, the finish of your whole ritual, the circle that was put on the ground, you see all the little cat images that you've drawn everywhere. The eyes light up and seem to reflect the light within the room itself.
I just immediately go into maniacal, like, supervillain laughter.
Because that's how your uncle, cousin, grandfather did it.
Exactly. How does that sound?
Yes, how does maniacal laughter?
I can't do it in Khajiit noise.
Try it. Come on.
No, I can't. I honestly can't even just think of how you do it.
It could end in a furball.
Yeah, you start coughing up a furball as you're doing this, and at the very end of the ritual, after you've just done a little bit maniacal laughing, and you cough out a furball, and it basically just like bounces into the centre of the circle.
Oh god, that's gonna be it.
That's so gross. Can I describe the cat?
You certainly can, but before you do, I'm just going to describe how the cat appears first.
Yeah.
All right. This fur ball, which is roughly the same colour as your fur, because it's your fur, of course. This is a ball of fluff and probably some incense in there, a little bit of catnip and a fishtail.
I'm never letting this thing touch me.
A rotten fishtail, of course, and then it just stays there for the briefest of moments and doesn't seem to move or do anything except for the tail flops around a little bit. Then something pops out and it looks like a paw of a cat, and another one pops out, and then the other two pop out. Then there's this like massive pop as the tail just whoosh, and then suddenly it just starts arranging itself and remorphing and suddenly becoming this furball-looking cat, as it starts to formulate itself into a proper sort of looking cat from the fur ball.
Yep.
What does it look like?
So it's got no pupils. Its eyes are just like a solid silvery, like actually metallic sheen, because we used a Warforged summoning circle. So it looks like its eyes are like metal, but they're just flat, opaque metal. And it's down its right half, it's like pitch black, almost like Vanta black, and its left half is like my colours. So it's a tabby, patchworked sort of orange and whites and browns and greys, and
then the other half is essentially almost completely black cat.
Almost completely black, yeah.
You can only look at the cat if you sign a waiver saying you're not Anish Kapoor.
Yeah.
And your cat now has been summoned.
And I immediately pick it up and just like swing it around, Kiki!
That answers that room about that.
It worked!
Room to swing it down.
See, it worked! I told you! You guys have no faith in me.
I always thought it would work. I did not think they would summon a cat, but I thought it would work.
No, it worked! It's sort of a cat, isn't it? I mean, its eyes are a bit weird.
Gives you like just quickly in the glint of the light. It's kind of like Riddick as he's coming through the tunnels in the darkness.
See.
I was just thinking pure like mirror shade cyberpunk.
Yeah, that too.
Put a leather jacket on it.
Yep. I just like put it up on my shoulder and put my hat on and go,
Right, were you going to do so too? You bought incense as well.
Yes, but I do not need to have
this.
Yes. I'll be going up to the roof.
Oh, good. I don't want another summoning in my workshop
Wait,
area.
you mean there's an easier way?
For me there is, for you I'm not too sure.
Okay.
I need to inhale of the incense very deeply.
Ah, that's... Do you want some catnip in that?
No, I don't.
Alright.
I just like stow the bag away and stick some catnip in my hat and put the cat in it and carry it like a little basket.
I might go find the others to assure them that I didn't blow up the house.
That is a good plan.
Are you summoning your raven as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So essentially, have a small bowl with the incense burning.
Yep.
And inhale deeply to get into like a dream-like sort of state. And use the ritual there with a series of sort of chanting, half outwardly, half inwardly, sort of thing as it goes through. And by the end of it, a raven comes to land on the edge of the roof garden area.
Yep. I couldn't make that description myself, but yeah.
Yeah. And sort of starts tapping with the beak and scratching
tapping on the door.
Yeah. But it actually has a fiendish / infernal. So obviously in celestial, fey, or infernal. It's more the infernal end. So it has noticeable red eyes.
Yes.
And it does not look normal.
This party, what does?
The horse.
What horse?
Yes, the
Nay.
horses.
Don't we have Nay and Winnie still?
They died.
No, what are the new horses called?
That is not their name.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we have
It
Nay.
very much is not an Imperius will fight you on that.
That's what I called them. That's what they said. That's what their names are.
No, it's not. It's what you said their names were.
I asked what their names were. That's what they said.
Yeah, that's not what they mean. The purpose of language is that words have developed concepts.
Yes.
Concepts develop words.
It means something to Rowan.
Yeah.
He knows what the names mean, but he's just giving you a very literal translation, which is not actually translating.
Alright, you also arrive from being out in the forest with your elk. Antoine?
Yeah, I was just trying to add elk to my managed equipment. I can add elephant, but not elk.
Don't put it in your equipment, put it in your extras.
Extras, yeah.
Is there a spot there for...
You can add like
extras
a
for familiars as well. Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
It'll be there.
Yeah.
Once it finishes loading. Anyway, yes, I'm on the road.
You basically arrive at the gates to the Black City. Do you desummon your elk, or do you just ride in?
That's riding. If I desummon, I have to summon it again.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Just say it's pocket
You
dimension.
can't really dismiss it. Feinstein doesn't work like Fine Familiar.
Really?
Yeah. It's your bag.
However, for the purposes of this stream, I will allow it. However, it'll be different to... I will allow it in the sense that, unlike a familiar with familiar, they can just do it like that. You can still do it, but it takes time, so you can't do it in a combat-orientated environment. But outside of combat, I have no problems for you to just like desummon it and then resummon it. But it takes a bit of time. It's not a quick thing. I have no problems with that.
No, I'd probably have to ask it to leave.
Yeah, it probably basically asks to leave, and it like slowly dissipates and waits for your command to come back again. And then you enter into the city, head back to your house where everyone else is. You go upstairs because you don't know why there's no one downstairs. You see a whole heap of cats everywhere, as well as cat drawings all over the place.
No, those were desummoned. It's just my cat now.
No, he said he.
I stopped concentrating.
He dismissed them. Yeah.
Okay.
And Amber is sitting at her workshop mumbling to herself.
There's
grumpily.
evidence of cats being here by a lot of things being pushed off desks and stuff like that.
And all the cat drawings.
And all the cat drawings.
And a ritual circle on the floor.
Yes.
And a disgruntled Amber sitting at her workstation drinking.
Hello, Amber.
Antoine.
Oh, and Antoine, where have you been?
Oh no, I walked out.
I've been in the forest.
Yeah, because I was going to the tower.
Come outside. I'll show you then.
Oh, okay. Not sure I can deal with any more surprises today. All right, what are you going to show me?
All right,
Do I need a drink?
No, I take you to the front door, and I open the front door, and I go, look, and all you can see is legs. Kind of like brown legs, 4 of them.
What?
Look up.
All I see is the underside of an animal, like just
pretty much. Yeah.
What is that?
It's an elk, and he's magnifique.
Not from this angle, he isn't. He's kind of terrifying.
Okay, he's kind of big for us, but he's such a joy to ride.
I'm very happy for you, Rowan.
Amber's brain just like.
You're far too used to saying that to Rowan, apparently.
It's dealing with an animal. It must be right.
I mean, Anton. Oh, this is going to get some getting used to. And then she pulls out her evidence.
Gonna turn Amber into a nervous alcoholic.
You seem a little, what's the word for it? Disturbed? What is going on? There's all that mess in your workshop. Are you into...
No, that wasn't me. They decided to summon a cat in my workshop.
We already have a cat in a... wait. A cat in your workshop?
Cat.
Just one?
Just a cat. But then there was 8 of them, and they disappeared. And then there was one, and it's cute. It's cute.
Is this...
Something's wrong with it.
Is this something to do with Outlaw?
Yes, that's why.
Okay, that's enough. I don't need to know anymore.
Yes. Hence all the cats everywhere. And she just like walks back to her office, like just more ale. Her
Right.
workshop.
We reconvene, I guess. Like the 3 of us get back to.
I was going to say, before we leave the tavern, I would probably have a bit of a conversation with Imperius about
So you guys were going.
everything.
I was rushing to the tavern to show you my great work, and I didn't blow up the house. So I defaced it, but I didn't blow it up.
Yeah, but that happens after their conversation.
Yeah.
So, Imperius, what do you remember about the room with Xenofelt in it?
To be honest, most of it is a bit of a blur. I remember all the tendrils everywhere. I remember the manifestation of Xenofelt and that column of tentacles and bugs and such behind it, and then I remember being pulled out by a rope. And that is about it.
I was on my way to the Crystal City in that room. And I asked Calimbor to spare me so that I could help destroy Xenofelt and help everyone escape.
Well, it seems it succeeded.
It did. But it wasn't Calimbor that answered my prayer. Within the pillar at the back of the room, there was another being. It was Umberly.
Shall I make a religion check to see if I know who that is? I probably don't know who that is.
You've heard of it before, but you don't know specifics.
Yeah, it's still a 10.
Yeah, you've heard of it before, but yeah, you don't really know all that much about it.
You don't have to. You don't know enough to go. Oh, that bitch.
That bitch.
I have heard stories. Being from Esther, of course, I hear many stories of her from the captains that sail their ships in.
Yes. She's otherwise known as the Bitch Queen. She's the one that stabilized me.
From my understanding, she is not one to help others.
Not without a cost.
I take it there is a cost.
She wants to meet Calimbor.
Is that wise?
No, not at all. Not in my opinion. And I have warned her as such that if she tries to attack my god, I will defend him. But, in the meantime, she also explained a bit more about what was going on with the gods.
I would put little faith in what she says.
It wouldn't serve her to lie to me at this point. She was being held as a captive to Xanafelt, who, for all intents and purposes, was a demigod.
That may be
should
so,
have more
but
power than him.
I would assume there is ulterior motives, and she may not be telling us everything.
No, but we might need her help later. You know how we discussed about what you and Yorlan saw in the Imperial City?
Yes.
She has offered her help in taking down Tiamat.
Well, that will be of good assistance, I guess. This is my intention to head to the city next.
That is my intention as well. She has now made it something I have to do.
Do you think Kalimvor is there?
No, but she is under the assumption and belief that there are only 5 gods on this realm that actually have retained their full power.
Did she name
Xanafelt was one of them.
Did she name the others?
No, but considering what she said and the fact that the Tiamat you saw had an Eye of Bahamut amulet, my guessing is that she has retained her power and trapped Bahamut in the amulet.
That is the conclusion that I came to as well.
What I'm hoping is it's not all evil gods that have managed to retain power. Otherwise, we don't really stand much of a chance. Taking down Tiamat's going to be a whole different question than to taking down Xanafelt. He's an insect to them.
I also intend to try and seek out my god Saloon, my goddess. But for now, Tiamat is probably the right way to go.
That's what I thought. So, Amberly has made the agreement that she will meet us in the Imperial City to help us when we need to. And in payment for that, I need to try and make a meeting for her and Kalimvor.
Well, we'll just proceed with caution then.
It's going to be interesting, to say the least. And troublesome.
I hope she is fine with us making a small delay to help Rowan.
She doesn't have any choice.
All I'm saying is don't piss off a god. Generally doesn't work out well.
Well, don't piss off many gods.
Pissing off 1 or 2 gods. But
very well.
Yes, we know more now than we have before, and there are forces at work here we still don't understand what their game is. So we're going to have to be careful. I just figured you have a better connection to the gods than the rest of the group, so it was best that you know as well.
Debatable.
You have more knowledge of them.
My connection with the gods is
tenuous at best?
Yes, that would be the best way to describe it.
Well,
a bit strained of late.
At the moment, I have the council members of the Temple District trying to contact their gods the way I have.
Perhaps I shall speak with them tomorrow.
Get an answer from the priest of Bahamut. He's the one I'm most interested in hearing from.
I shall speak with them tomorrow.
We will be there tomorrow from 9. There's a memorial for the soldiers that lost their lives, and then we have a council meeting afterwards.
Very well.
But yes, I think we should call it for the night.
Oh good, you didn't blow up the house.
No.
And I click my fingers, and that suddenly appears on the table in front of you. And you're just like,
I did it! See? Not bad.
Something's wrong with your cat.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. Oi, Fluffy, do the thing.
and it just like leans up and just like paws your face. It's super cute.
At this point, Rowan has been in the corner, just passively weaving with some string, not really paying attention. He looks up and goes, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, no, come over. I haven't thought of a name yet.
Abomination?
Why? What's wrong? It's just Kitty.
I have a feeling it's going to try and kill us in our sleep.
Its eyes,
It wouldn't surprise me.
What did you do?
We used the Warforged circle, didn't we?
You didn't know that.
Oh, you're right. I didn't know that.
We used the circle that Imperius gave me.
Wait, what? Did you
What
make a
circle
circle?
is that?
Just one of the magic circles I've picked up along the way.
Yeah, see, it worked. It's good circle. There's nothing wrong with Kitty. He's fine.
Magic circles are normally rare and normally don't mean good things. What did this magic circle
You've got to
look
remember,
like?
I do come from Estra, and there are a lot of magic circles there.
Yes, and none of them mean anything good.
Don't worry, I'm pretty sure.
I've heard stories of Estra.
I rolled a. I think you just naturally know that I'm lying.
Well, I have a natural 19.
Yeah,
I rolled a 16 plus 9.
I rolled a 7.
I
can tell
you're
why.
lying through your teeth. That was not from Estra. Where did you find that circle?
I'm just sitting here like patting the cat. Why are Mummy and Daddy fighting?
What's wrong? It worked. I thought I did a really good job. Why is no one happy?
It appears half your cat is missing.
What
no,
do
he's
you
not
mean?
missing. It's there.
No, my cat's
It's as black as the void.
My cat's fine.
And I'm just patting him.
I'm just like, you take that back. Apologize.
As you because as you've been patting it and stuff like that, you haven't really paid all that much attention. It's just a cat to you, but the black side of your cat, the fur isn't as furry as the other side.
Yeah.
There's a slight sort of metallicness to it.
Yeah, it's sort
You're
of
trying to-
wiry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's fine.
I'm gonna use message to say it was from the Dwarven Citadel. Just don't mention it.
Don't mention the war.
There is no war in Basing Say.
I mentioned it once.
Can I reply?
You can reply a sentence back.
I mean, like, I'd very much like to see this circle later.
I just nod.
Look, look, and I found.
And I when I say it, I also like obviously make eyes towards.
I found there was something really weird too. I was carrying him here, right? And I found out that he can disappear and reappear when I want him to. And sometimes I go kind of faint and I see through his eyes.
Right. So
It's pretty
you
cool.
Summoned the cat from hell.
He's not from hell!
I'll just wait until you see my raven.
So it can disappear and reappear.
Was that?
It can disappear and reappear. So like this, and I cast greater invisibility.
Damn it, Imperius.
Yep.
Okay, I think we should go to bed.
Alright.
I've had a stressful day.
Yeah, let's.
I just like put the hat and
Just
the cat.
ignoring the fact that Imperius disappeared.
I'm sure he's going to follow.
I put the hat on the table, the cat steps into it and disappears, and then I put the hat on my head and follow you guys.
I figured he's either teleported back home or he's turned invisible and he'll follow us home.
Or he got himself into some sort of magical mess and he can get his own damn self out of it.
Precisely!
Do you just walk back with them, or do you try and stealthily walk back with them?
No, I just walk back with them.
Okay, cool.
So we, every now and again we hear the footsteps behind us and we're like...
And like a shuffle of the road.
You're still there, right, Imperius?
Yes, I'm right here, right next to you.
That's pretty
And
cool.
I'm just gonna like put a hand on.
Holy shit! Oh, okay. Right. Oof.
Of course, you probably found an interesting side effect. As you're walking, you can't pull out a book and read it because the book's also invisible.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's no personal Imperius time.
I mean, there could still be personal Imperius time.
He's a nerd.
That doesn't mean that nerds don't have Anyway.
What's a good name for a cat from hell, as you put it?
Abaddon.
Abaddon?
If you say the name of a demon, don't you summon it?
Hell yeah. 3 times.
Call it Jasmine. It is a cousin I do not like.
Sort of frowns a bit.
She was good.
Did she marry String?
Someone suggested Infernius.
It's not bad.
Infernius D.
Oh no. I can't do it now. Sorry, guys. I like the suggestion, but now it's just tainted.
Mordecai.
That's not bad.
I like Mordecai.
Mordecai's good.
Someone else suggested Onyx.
Yeah.
Onyx, good.
Okay.
Onyx is from C Team.
Yeah.
Onyx is
everywhere.
As we rock up home, I would also go into the house, go up to my bed, sit there for a moment, and cast Sending.
Yep.
To Calimbor.
Yep.
And say, Calimbor, Lord of Death, just so you know, Xenofeld has been destroyed. I need to meet you soon.
You're not going to warn him about Umberly?
I'll warn him about it tomorrow when I've got more spell slots.
You can only send 256 characters at a time.
It's right. It's tweet.
So it's Twitter.
Yeah.
So I just like the fact that you used a sending spell to wake me up out of a drunken stupor before you informed your god that the threat to all mankind was dead. Cool.
He also wanted to find out where I was.
So that if I could talk to him later.
Hey,
I just interpreted you like me more than you like your god.
Imperius got a text message first.
You mean a tweet?
You do get a response back. Well done. Things are afoot still, and not sure what that means.
It doesn't start with Arthur, stop grovelling. I mean, wait, not Arthur.
And that's pretty much what you get back.
I will talk to him again tomorrow.
Stop texting me. Alright, you guys pack it in for the night. Wrap yourselves up in whatever blankets you are and have yourselves asleep.
Once everyone's gone to bed, I would like to do something.
Alright.
As everybody, as I'm sure they're all asleep and settled in, I will one by one just. I will go to their rooms and leave a small parcel at the foot of each of their beds with a note tied to the top of it. And then, once I've done that for everybody,
you open the door to my room and
I will just...
You open the door to my room and you're confronted by Elcars.
Okay.
Elcars.
Good.
So, I leave these parcels at the foot of everyone's bed, and then I just walk outside. I just start walking west. It turns into a jog. Turns into a run. Once I'm sprinting as fast as I can, I just wild shape into an eagle and take off and just keep going west.
Go west, life was peaceful then.
Except in this place, it's not. The forest is on fire.
Pretty sure that's not how the song goes. I might be wrong.
And Rowan has left the building.
He's left a lot of things.
You guys will wake up in the morning with a little satchel at your beds.
Oh, what's this?
Okay. I'm probably the first one to open it because the moment I see it, I rip it apart.
I imagine.
You sniff it first?
Does it
smell like fish?
Does it look like something Rowan would have made?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it like wrapped in leaves?
Lap leaves and stuff like that, yeah.
Has little like flour on the top.
Okay.
Going to just immediately cast message.
Yep.
Thinking that he might be nearby, going, Rowan, no, where are you?
I've been gone for hours.
Yes.
So
it's not sending.
For Oddclaw, you find in the parcel the fancy made wyvern claw dagger from that crafter.
That's sick.
And attached is a note that says, I always intended for this to be yours. Protect them, please. Aww. For Imperius, there is a map from the Black City to a location in Baeliska, and it says, "This is my home. Find me if you must. I have the sending stone." For Antoine, he finds the wand of lightning bolts.
Oh shit!
And that says, and the note says, "You've made such a great connection to the natural world. I couldn't be prouder." For Amber, there are 3 things. One is an updated animal handling guide.
So happy with that.
The second is a small bundle that contains 50 good berries, and the third is the handy haversack.
Aww.
I honestly thought you were going to put a comb in there so she can clean her own beard now.
No, I have my own kit.
So
I bought one.
On the notes it says, Amber, please study hard. For the berries it says, use these quickly and well. And attached to the haversack is, you carry a heavy burden. Hopefully this can lighten your load.
I hug the bag.
What else is there? For Valkyr, it was a much smaller one for Valkyr. It is a pearl worth 100 gold pieces woven into a necklace. And its note says, "I appreciate your offer of help, but your pact with Umberlee is more important. I'm sorry." And for Amir, there is a small necklace made of wood. On the one side there is the word "trusted" in Elven, and on the reverse side there is some kind of weird knot of roots that makes no sense to you, but it says "friends" in Druidic. And your note says, "This is for all of you, but you will carry it best. Take my faith in you with you." That's everybody.
So I think we might have like a really weird and slow sort of steps down the stairs as we come down individually. You kind of look and see the other people are carrying the packages.
Meanwhile, I come down super excited. Look what Rowan gave me! Look what Rowan gave me! Where is he? I need to thank him!
He's gone.
Yes, I don't think he is here.
Give me a moment.
He left
And I
without
sit,
a hug.
concentrate, and be like, "Rowan, we should have done this together. But I understand. And good luck."
I was waiting for it.
I'm going to use the sending stone because I can't cast any myself.
Ha 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 ha.
Fly well, my friend. We will be with you as soon as we can. No words are necessary.
As you go to cast it, you get a call busy signal because it's merged into my body and doesn't exist currently. So you didn't actually spend the use because you go to use it and realise that nobody has it on them technically.
It's on another dimension,
basically.
Very good point.
Yeah, I did some research on sending.
Guys, we should get ready. We have a memorial to go to.
What? What memorial?
What are these soldiers?
For all of the soldiers that died defending us in Xenofeld's cave.
Oh yeah, they were kind of helpful. We probably should. Not a big fan of like busy things. Is it formal?
Yes, we have a meeting afterwards.
Starts combing his hair.
Yeah. No, I'll just put on.
Oh, it's a black tie event. Pass me the charcoal.
No, I put on the hat and like alter clothes to something
Appropriate.
Actually, it's probably quite very appropriate because coming from political side, it's like, yeah, I would have gone to funerals and they would have probably been pretty wealthy funerals. So yeah, it looks all right.
So I make my armor into basically my Kalimvor
robes, yep.
Robes. And I like polish it up a bit so it's looking good.
You guys all prepare yourselves for the ceremony that's coming forth.
I'm going to use another trick as well. So I go over there in my normal semi-traveling robes, but I've just picked up change self.
Yep.
Spell. So I am, for the duration of the ceremony, I'm going to be wearing formal clothing as appropriate for the 9 deserts.
Yep, for the nobility that you are.
Yes, which I don't physically own.
Yeah, no, I understand. So you can do that.
Really pretty.
Amber's still pretty much looking like a slayer, but
Yeah.
she just does up her hair a bit more and her
Watches off the
beard
blood.
more.
Ties yourself as you like try not to cry at the same time, I guess.
Yeah,
washes off the
she's
blood.
like
Just real just gone.
super sad. Amber is quiet, like way quieter than she's been ever.
First he was dead, now he is dead to us.
No, now he's gone. Gone is worse than dead.
He'll be back.
As you guys head off to the religious district, you head over and you are there arriving round about 9 o'clock when the ceremony will start. Of course, the captain gets up and proceeds the ceremony. He gives his condolences to some of the family members who are related to the soldiers who helped with this. He says things like they have died for a great cause, they have removed an evil from this world, and they've helped support this group of people as he hands his hand out toward you six. There's a brief moment, especially those with decent insight, where he's realised that there's just a twitch in his eye when he realised there's only 6, not 7. But they're not quite sure what's going on, but doesn't want to interrupt the ceremony type thing.
I was going to say, is he confused by the fact that we weren't there before and now we are?
He saw you guys at the fight.
Yeah, he saw us at the fight, but he didn't see us afterwards when everyone else came to swim.
I see what you're saying. A little bit. He's probably more just the fact that he was probably expecting all of you more than anything else. He says goodbyes. He says his prayers to Helm. I think it's Torm. I can't remember which one he was.
He can just do all of them.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, he actually does. He does actually say his prayers on behalf of a whole heap of different origins, actually. And then finishes up with his saying goodbye to these. They have fought bravely. The world is a better place despite their passing, and all that type of stuff. It dies down. Very somber. A lot of people start heading towards back the Temple of Lathander, the tavern, of course. It's still morning, and they have a smaller ritual in the tavern itself. But you all have something else you need to do at the end of all this, which is he, along with Faithless, along with Lincoln, the tavern owner, and along with everyone else, basically just comes in to where you normally have your council meetings. You guys, of course.
Before we leave the memorial ceremony, I imagine there'd be like a set of graves or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Caskets.
I'll go up to.
Well, it's actually probably more caskets because they probably wouldn't get buried here or from my opinion.
Yeah, I'm actually going to stick around for a sec too.
Yeah, okay,
cool. And be like, rest easy in the Crystal City, heroes of man, and press my hand into the stonework just in front of the caskets, and then use shapestone to form basically just the scales of Kalimdor.
Yep. Easily done. You do this to all of the 12?
I'd only be able to do it once, so I'd do it once. I
so
could
like
technically do it twice because it's level 4 spell.
Yeah.
But it's a relatively intricate...
so it's more of a shrine towards Kalimdor for them?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
To guide them on their way through the Crystal City and to make sure they rest.
I just sort of walk up and tap one with the claw and go,
So, I haven't done this often. You guys died so that I didn't. That's pretty cool. Thanks.
And just walk off.
Mm-hmm. It's like Olin's got this look on his face where he's kind of not sure if that's respectful, then kind of remembers that he's a tabaxi and probably thinks that's probably good then.
That's super respectful
exactly.
for a tabaxi. That's like, yeah.
He hasn't.
It's like that. He's like that because he's got the mustache happening. He's got like a little bit of twitch on his mustache. That's probably all you notice of him.
Sorry, I hope that wasn't bad.
He basically just turns to go to the council building.
No, follow along.
You guys all now pile into the council building or into the whichever place they're using it against, because I can't remember what I used. And everyone sits down. You guys sit down as well. There's a couple of other people here as well amongst this council, which is just some of the more recent religions that have popped up. No one hugely important. They look like they're just like here on a invitational basis more than anything else at this stage.
Yeah.
You do notice that one of them is a acolyte or something like that of Glenville.
Do I recognise him because he was sent from my temple?
No, this is probably, from what you gather, probably one of the ones that were already on their way here.
So the message has gone around and whoever was closest got here first. Yeah.
You probably forgotten because you remember there were already people coming here from Glenville.
Yeah.
So these guys, obviously just the first set who arrived.
He has the same symbol as you.
I'll walk over and be like, it's good to see those of the scale here.
Yeah, it's good to see you too.
I think we've got probably relevant. Does he have any signs of rank within the church?
He has what you probably equivalent of maybe like a sergeant level, so like priest.
Yeah.
I guess.
As in, like between him and Volkir, who would be more likely to
Volkir
speak?
would definitely be higher ranked. Yeah.
I guess they don't send you on individual missions until you're relatively powerful.
Well, the council is to order, and we've had our individual interesting accounts of what's happened when we've contacted our gods. I tried to contact Tom. I got no response. I have tried to contact Bahamut. I got no response either. The thing about me and Bahamut is that I would only be able to contact him on the vision of what I know him as. There's only one of two forms, which is that of the mighty paladin or the platinum dragon. In both of those forms, neither of them responded.
There is other things in work with Bahamut, and I hope to have answers to that soon.
I did a call out to my god. I think I should have expected the response. There's a lot of yelling, a lot of painful stuff. I'm not sure if he was enjoying it or not. But the fact that I got a response was interesting.
It is proving my point.
It is. I'm worried, because despite who we are and what we do, I would have still expected some actual formal response.
Not all of them currently have the ability to respond properly. Like Umberlee. She was prisoner. We have to...
And that's why I'm worried.
So am I. Those of the gods that actually protect the races of this realm are being outnumbered and overpowered by those that want to destroy it.
If I may interrupt, I do know some information about Bahamut.
I also did too! Before you interrupt me, I unfortunately didn't get any response whatsoever. But I will try again in the morning.
From which god?
Lathander.
You might want to try before Lathander starts drinking, so maybe early afternoon.
What, 5 years ago?
500 years ago.
Sorry, what was your thing?
Bahamut, I believe to be imprisoned by Tiamat upon a necklace.
If Bahamut is imprisoned, that would explain why I cannot contact him at all.
We believe Tiamat to be in the Imperial City. It is where I intend to head next.
Wait, what? We going there?
That is my intention.
Is everyone else intending to go that way?
I have not
I
had
have
a
no
chance
choice
to
in the matter. I
discuss it with the rest of the
Where
group.
did you find Fluffy? I'm sure there is good food there.
Ah, shit. I just got out of one city and going right... Fine. Yeah, alright, cool.
We do not necessarily have to go inside. We'll work it out.
Yeah,
Is not Fluffy from the Imperial City?
yeah, that's home.
Okay.
There are many reasons for not wanting to go home.
Yes.
I was going to say everyone looks at Amber.
I have had contact with Tia, but I do not follow him anymore, and I do not know his status. But when I was in contact with him, I think he was... It was not a direct connection, but there was visions of trap.
It seems that there is a lot of visions and information going on about everything that we've learned so far, and we'll probably have to investigate more as we go along. We will do our investigations as much as we can, but our hands are quite full at this present moment in time as well with setting up the other thing with the resistance. You have given us a lot, and we thank you all for that. From what I gather, your next stop is the Imperial City, is that not correct?
For at least some of this, yes.
Yes.
Why it would seem that we're heading this direction.
It is something we need to discuss. But
I'm to be crowned Emperor.
That's pretty cool. I'll come.
I can't think of any better reason to go.
One last thing as well. Is there anyone here who communes with Salute?
No, there is no one here from Saloon at this present moment in time.
I will keep seeking then.
Well, I think we have our hands full, do we not? Do you have everything you need for your travels?
I
think so.
I don't know how to do it
believe
anymore.
so.
If you perhaps have some healing herbs, pastes, or potions, that would be most helpful.
We can probably give you some of that, yes. If everyone wants to mark down 2 healing potions again?
Each.
Yep.
You
Are
guys
they-
Like a collective.
Are they
from-
2d4 plus 4?
Yes.
So I got 3 of them then. Sweet.
Never hurts to ask.
I'm gonna miss Rowan.
You're gonna miss him. I'm gonna miss him.
He's coming back.
Better.
Yeah, he better.
We'll hurt you. We will
And
that would-
Feel the love, man. Feel the love.
This is saying it to Rory. We will hurt you.
Oh my
If you
god.
don't bring him back, you'll regret it. But you already know that.
Yes, definitely.
Is there any more questions of the council?
Just that if you do manage to find out any more information
We will.
about the position of any of the gods, even if they're not ones that are followed here, we would very much like to know.
We will make sure that we keep in contact with you as often as we can. I may even try and intersect you when you reach the Imperial City.
Yes.
Also,
Is there a church that you know the head priest of there?
Not
Okay.
in the Imperial City, no. As a Dragonborn, it is a little more difficult to move around in the city of the Imperials. They have a very interesting view of the world themselves.
It is one place I have not yet gone to myself.
Perhaps you
shall
could
we
check
find?
in once a month or once a week.
also
Once,
to
I
keep
think every
us-
Monday.
Sounds good.
It also would be nice to keep us updated on the revolution and
We shall. no doubt.
the progress of the temples.
We shall do. We shall endeavour to make sure that we are in contact with each other as much as we possibly can and pass on what we can. Well, I think we've got our hands full for this foreseeable future.
Definitely.
If we're going west, we should go quickly. Maybe we can catch Rowan.
For now, we need
Not
to
at
go
my
and
speed.
prepare.
There is one last thing we need to do before we
I
leave.
know, but
Well, we will leave you to your district. Let me know how it goes, and we shall talk to you soon.
What's the last thing?
It is most unfortunate that Rowan is not here to see this, but I have a surprise for everyone.
What?
If you could follow me.
Oh, is this the thing?
Yes.
This is the. Oh, this thing's cool.
And I'll take him to show the car.
and you're getting a little bit nervous at how excited I am.
I'm like thinking, oh god, we're gonna get blown up.
You guys,
Amber is preoccupied while following along.
Yep.
She's barely noticing.
you guys are escorted to the trade district.
I imagine as we're walking, I'm seeing her
Yeah, she's
getting
very
depressed.
quiet, yeah.
And instead of like saying anything,
Oh,
'cause I
she's
know
also
dealing with
hugging the
stuff,
bag. She's just.
I'm literally just gonna walk beside her and put my hand on her shoulder.
I'm gonna send my cat over to sit on your shoulder.
She'll just like sit there with like one hand here, the other here. No, I take it back. She's still holding the bag.
Yeah, I imagine you'd still be holding the bag.
Yeah, she's still holding the bag.
Yeah, it's got its fluffy side towards you, so it's sitting on your right shoulder.
She doesn't look at either of you, but she just nods. She just nods and keeps walking.
I can put a spring in her step.
Cast jump through the cat.
Oh god.
No, I won't.
The ring only allows you to cast it on yourself.
No, it's
Specifically says on yourself.
It's a self-cast. Also,
Just
just
tell
as a
itself can be.
quick interruption, someone has suggested to call the cat Yin Yang.
Yeah, I quite like that
Yeah.
one.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so do I. I
Who
thought
was
you
that?
would. Dazza.
Dazza, he's our new person who's jumped on that stream today.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Dazza. Done. Yin Yang is sitting on Amber's shoulder.
I thought you'd like that one.
That's sweet.
Speaking of familiar names, my familiar is called Didan. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. It's Persian for see or vision, like to see.
On that note, has your bird made an appearance in front of us?
I was going to
yet?
have it just as we're getting closer to the thing. It sort of swoops down and lands on the shoulder.
And you guys all travel back to your house that you've been in here for a good month, if not longer. Oh, sorry.
No.
You go back to the Dingo district first, and you get revealed the new addition to the caravan.
Isn't it cool?
Part 2.
Are the horses strong enough to pull both of these?
Yeah, you probably need 2 more horses.
We shall acquire more, but
Okay.
they should be able to pull it, but at a slow pace until we acquire more. Yes.
It'd be fine if it's going downhill.
How many people need to work in this? Because I kind of wouldn't mind having some space as well.
Well, the first cart piece we have is more for sleeping. This is more for working.
Yeah, no. I need to do some forgery.
You could potentially use this cart for that. Yes.
Sweet.
Imperious,
Yes.
can I make a request?
Of course.
Can we call it the Candy Pillar 2?
Of course.
Candy Pillar harder. No, it's just hard candy.
Hard candy.
I thought it was a Die Hard reference.
That is every sequel reference.
Yeah, that's it.
Candy Pillar with a vengeance.
That's the weapons one.
Candy
With the
Pillar
ballista on
Reloaded.
top.
That actually would be about right. Yeah.
So what? It's Candy Pillar, just
Reloaded.
Candy Pillar, and then what? Candy Pillar,
The return.
workstation, Candy Pillar.
Return of the Candy Pillar.
Yeah, Return of the Candy Pillar.
Oh god.
And
What is this, Star Wars
eventually,
sequels now?
Finally, we get to Candy Pillar Tokyo Drift.
So bad.
It's when we replace the wheels with Tenzo's floating discs.
Anyway,
Can I
you
support that
guys
way?
finish up at the at the trades district. After you've seen the caravan as it unfolds itself and shows off its grandeur. A mage has come over in that period of time and basically just done the extra spells and stuff like that. And then you guys now hook. You're gonna when you leave, you'll come by this district and then hook it up and then head off. Which they'll also prepare some horses for you for the morrow. We'll say it's about $2,000. I really don't give a shit about going into the complete details. You guys all sleep for the night. Some of you probably don't sleep well because Rowan has disappeared.
There's one thing I wanted to do during the day. Head back to the Plague District, and I'll suggest if anyone wants to come along, to say goodbye to the people that we knew from there.
Yep, alright, good idea.
Because we had talked that we were going to come back
Yeah.
and do some stuff.
I also mentioned about getting that one dude that you want to sort of like have running the district to go and talk to the cleric district. So that
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
I like how we've just elected him the new mayor of the Plague District.
Also, I'd probably suggest at one point during the night being like, can you let Amber borrow the sending stone?
If he has landed, yes, it will work. But if not, he may still be in trouble.
At
I
least
do
you
not
can
wish
try.
to get her hopes up.
She sends him a message and he falls out of rocket shape.
No, I just picture the message being, "How could you son of a bitch?" And then quietly afterwards, "I miss you."
You should have taken me with you.
Before we went to the council, I didn't want to interrupt. Amber would have grabbed the berries that
That Rowan put
Rowan
aside, yeah,
gave
chuck them
her.
in to do some fermenting.
She would have made them into.
I already assumed you'd already done. It's all good.
I just wanted to say it so that it didn't get left as an assumption.
Yeah, that's cool. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, and then before we leave the city, she'll obviously pack up her alchemist kit, her medic kit, and all of her
I
supplies.
assume you guys are there already partially
in the
packed.
house.
Yeah.
Well, she'll pack it down back into their kits because they're all technically kits, and she's just like spruced them up, and she'll take as whatever she can.
I really like the color of this one.
Now, you guys wake up in the morning. You finish packing up. You have breakfast. You finish packing up on any of the stuff that you have here. You get onto the cart that you have currently and with the 2 horses.
Amber grabs one of the pot plants from the
Yes, you grab one of the pot plants from the roof.
From the roof and takes it with her.
Yep.
Just grab 6.
Yeah.
She takes the one that reminds her the most
Antoine,
of Rowan.
you kind of like also go upstairs to this, to the pot plants and stuff like that Rowan has been looking after with your help, and no one else could probably see it, but you can kind of like sense the sort of like the plants are leaning a little bit more down.
Break his heart.
I would have probably just been following Antoine around because I want breakfast.
Yeah.
So while I'm up there, I'm just like,
why don't you just like strap them to the roof of the cart? They get full sun.
It's either that or I smash all the pots and turn the whole thing into garden.
Let's take them with us.
Okay, you carry these 6.
I want to take.
I'm
this
just
one.
like,
No, not one at a time. I'm not-
Antoine.
I'm
I
dexterous,
want to keep this one.
We're keeping all of
We're
them.
keeping all of them.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to try.
Amber,
Can you help me look after it?
have a moment.
If you guys want to take all the pot plates with you, you probably have to put it on the first one, which is your sleeping one, which means
We can
the roof
still
is-
put it on the roof.
that's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Putting it
The
on
roof of the cart is becoming a rooftop garden.
Yes,
yeah,
that's exactly what I was
I'll use
expecting.
the ridiculous twine I've got because I bought something like 20 gold of twine. So I will be able to string it down safely.
Yeah.
Except it takes you 14 hours because you get distracted by the ball of twine.
Gets slightly less distracted as it gets smaller.
You guys head off to the the trades district to pick up the second part of your caravan, as well as the extra 2 horses to help pull it all. You hook it all up. You hop on either the cart itself to sort of drive it, which is most likely your job. You've always known that you can't always have all of you
Can
guys.
the elk be helping ride it? Like pull it along?
It can, but will you let
It's a free spirit.
Yeah, that
Yes.
also is likely to scare the horses, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was curious.
Because they won't be able to smell it.
Oh.
There is.
They'll see this thing walking around that smells
This
like
caravan is kind of like a little bit like a train. So once the 4 horses are picked up on the very first one, you hear like the clink as the second carriage kicks in and starts moving off. It's slow. This is very, very slow. This is a very heavy thing. But after a bit of time, once they get their momentum, they start picking up a little bit of speed, but it's still walking speed. You guys generally can walk beside it without too much of a drama. It has now got an extra like bits of wood on top of the roof of the first carriage, which now have a whole heap of pot plants in them. And yeah, you got this weird sort of maple coloured wood with a little bit of painting here and there of the first carriage, and these like black, kind of a little bit macabre sort of caravan as the second one, representing the wood from the Black City itself.
They're almost like trophy parts.
Pretty much.
Kind of.
Amber,
Yes, Imperius?
I want you to have this and just hand over what looks essentially like a stone.
I like rocks, but I don't understand the significance.
It is connected to Rowan.
Oh, that's why you speak
So
to
you
it. I
can
thought
talk
you
to
were just stupid.
You can use it. Its power will only be active once a day, and it will not be active while he is in his forms. But you can try.
Thank you. And she'll like put it inside her bag, her haversack.
Yep.
That is now hers, and she'll just.
the cart, for the briefest of moments at the edge of the city walls as you're trying to head out, of course gets accosted by the guards in the town. But
I'm leaving. We're leaving.
they still accost you a little bit, give you a bit of a hassle type thing. You know, it's almost like it's become the norm.
Yeah.
They hassle a lot of people as they're coming through. You guys are proficient enough, persuasive enough, and all that type of jazz to say, "We're getting the fuck out of here. Don't worry about us." And they're kind of like, "Yeah, get the fuck out." And as you guys start heading off towards the west, out of the Black City, and heading off as the sun sets on the rise.
As one last thing, I would like it very much if just by some fluke chance of fate, the pot plant that Amber picked up that she thought reminded her the most of Rowan was just a Rowan. Because it's a kind of tree.
Yep.
It can be.
Write it down so you don't forget.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You do realise it's going to lead to the invention of Rowan and Goodberry beer. Rowan bark and Goodberry beer.
And that
sounds pretty good.
That is the end of tonight's adventure, and I hope you all join us next week for when we continue this on. Unfortunately, yes, we will be without a Rory, because unfortunately he had a change in the hours of his work and has to be closed now, so he can't get here early enough.
But it's only temporary until he can fix the problem. You have to come back.
And apparently it's like we're not allowed to get him fired, so we can keep coming to this game.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah, I'm sure.
A few customer complaints.
What's this fire in the CBD?
Oh wait,
Can you keep it open longer and we'll
That's
just leave
terrible.
the stream there?
I was gonna say, can you stay open longer so we can do the stream from the store?
I don't know how that would work.
The problem is a set up and pull down.
Yeah,
You asked for forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah.
No, it'd be all of us just with like selfie sticks with, with the webcams going, "So, what do you think?"
It'd be cool actually to do that and to get our LARP gear in and actually do fights that way.
I have to change my character that uses a sword because I can't hit for shit with a bow.
And I'd have to use a bow because I can't hit for shit with a sword.
And I need fireworks and pyrotechnics.
Melbourne tabletop role-playing Magic the Gathering
Local gaming store.
Yeah, Good Games, is it?
Games Laboratory.
I was going to say, how dare you say he's competitor?
Yeah, there's so many of you guys.
They're all very similarly named.
We're one of a kind.
One of a kind.
Independent. Yeah. So, you know.
You're one of them independents.
Independent, hey.
So, you know, like...
Got a brown coat.
The shift tree has fallen, how it may. I'm not going to stop trying to be able to play again, but for now, the amount that I would be late to this game every time, we just felt like it would be too
disruptive,
intrusive and disruptive to gameplay to be consistently justifying my absence. So unfortunately,
yes, he's meditating on the roof for an hour.
Yeah, at the start of every game. No, that's not going to work.
Hi, Daz. He's from Vanilla.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So
also,
thanks, Daz.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Vanilla.
Yeah.
Chris?
I'm from Vanilla.
Oh, there you go. Small world, man.
Yeah, it's a small world.
Daz says thank you for picking the name that he thinks.
No,
he felt honoured.
Good one.
Oh, he or she, them, they. I'm
Bazza
sorry.
sounds like a male name, so.
Daz.
Oh, in that case, I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be Daria?
No, it's Dazza 287.
Oh, probably a guy's name then. Well, sorry for
Guy.
speculating
He's
anyway.
basically said guy.
Sorry, I just didn't want to be rude. Like, I know some, pronouns and all that.
Don't assume.
Thank you, Dazza.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Also,
Don't assume. Just
everyone who's watching, keep your eyes out for information about a possible second stream that'll be starting up.
We are going to start up a second stream.
Yes.
So we'll
Potentially in the near future.
We haven't locked details down yet.
When we close up, I'll have a quick discussion about that one because I've got a couple of ideas. So,
Chris,
Splatter.
did you write down the dagger?
Yes, I did.
Excellent.
All right, cool. I think we should probably finish up for the night because it is getting a bit late.
Yeah.
We've had a very, very
emotional
experience tonight, so that has been a very emotional game.
I almost cried 3 times, but who's counting?
Yeah.
I'm in the
like,
same
I was
boat.
holding back tears.
It's like when I cast setting in the last time, I was just like,
as a dungeon master, this is like what
Oh.
this type of session we've had tonight has been absolutely fucking phenomenal.
It's also when Rory was reading from it, it's almost like he'd
Holy
written his
shit.
own obituary.
I probably know you, Daz, because I used to go to Arcanacon during the 90s, I think.
I don't even know what that is, so I probably don't know this person.
I went to
Ash and I were at Arcanacon a month ago.
I went to Arcanacon and did the 40k stuff, so probably why I might not have seen you.
Ash and I were helping run the quest supplies store at
The new Arcanacon,
the Arcanacon just passed. So
Yeah. Hopefully you liked it, and hopefully we can see you next week.
Yeah.
Return to New York.
New Orleans.
Yeah.
Alright, there should be that. We should run a Shadowrun game called Escape from New York.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. Alright, thank you all. Thank you, Desna.
oh boy,
Thank you, Desna, for chatting to us and coming up with the name of the cat, which is a good name.
Hey!
Oh, that was me!
Pro course.
I don't know who it was. Well, I mean, I saw the name pop up, but thank you for following. I love the bear that dances. I made it.
Alright, we will finish up for the night and we'll hopefully see you all next week as we continue on this fabulous little story through the world of Althea. Thank you all for coming, and I will try and delay my conversation so I can actually switch over to the right thing, because I forgot to do that earlier. Because, I do that a lot.
Oh yeah, wait. Are we gonna raid?
In the fullness of time.
That's a good question. That's a very, very good.
Do any of you guys have a streamer that you'd like us to raid?
This is the complete opposite of
red one.
Otherwise, we'll find someone who's, could use some viewers.
I'll check.
Just see if we can find someone that's playing something that's got low views, and so we can give them a boost.
Oh, I got a large list of stuff. So.
Is anyone playing Skyrim?
I actually don't have anything on that.
Why Skyrim? Because it's just always got to turn into Skyrim when anyone gets in a cart.
No, because, well...
So, you're finally awake.
So the people who are watching this might be interested in crazy people going around with swords and magic.
Because you've got the first thing.
So I just had to resubscribe with that.
You're still a founder. Tim, find someone who has a low number of viewers so we can help boost them.
Yeah, I will
Just
try.
like Maddie does to us, which I really appreciate. Which we all appreciate, I'm sure.
Alice, can you check the link to the Discord?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah. Discord.
For
absolutely.
anyone that wants to keep in contact with us.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Anyone that wants to keep in contact with us, I will put a link to the Discord.
Nick, are you okay dropping tonight? Yeah, sorry, I should have asked. Jesus.
I already assumed. So
It's really bad, I assumed too.
I had already assumed.
I shouldn't assume that.
Yeah, but I had.
The chairs look nice for the first...
Do you mind if I just have a smoke?
Huh? Yeah, go on.
Especially when I'm like,
Alright, I got one.
Alright,
You found
link
one?
sent out.
So has everybody got... Did everybody write down what they got?
I got a map.
I have edited my sheet.
I got a friendship bracelet.
It's more of a necklace, but
We're still live, by the way, guys. It's here.
It's essentially a really, really cool friendship bracelet.
Mm-hmm.
A Wyvern Claw dagger is sweet.
Yeah.
Because I don't have any cool daggers.
I always...
Alright, we are ready now.
that.
Alright, guys.
Bye.
Have fun. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Raid!
I have a pearl necklace.
Yeah. it's a single pearl.
You sick bastards. Both of you.
Yeah, can we remember that's there? I'm gonna break the door eventually.
I like that you're not worried about the...
Jesus Christ, what did you
No, I'll
raid?
have to go in the bin in a second.
Just push it hard.
Whoa.
We haven't raided yet, have we?
Yeah, we have.
Where have we gone?
PoE statistics.
My favourite thing. Send dudes.
24/7
You mean send nudes?
statistics.
No,
No,
I'm gonna
really.
fight. I need men.
Oh, yeah. I had to...
Why are we raiding a stats
Path
channel?
of Exile.
Raiding
what channel?
Path of Exile.
I made the right choice.
Tim, I do need to have a conversation